So you are the latest president in town?
Well, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
What we need to do, we should begin a team building process. It's not, we shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. Personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved. Wow. And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation.
Many MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Mahamat Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arises, when there are some reasons to talk. Yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but these people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter their constituency, you won't see much projects. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
Oh no, we know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for? If you
enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, "Oh, Saint Kizito said, oh, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee even before I was born, especially when it rains, you can't walk there, you can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from hot coffee all the way to Kanda Highway, and there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque, and I demolished the mosque and then open up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did all the way. Is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are the so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do at least. We can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the WASI, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is that feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. I'm always my always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when it comes my relationship with we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend a program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend a program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
That's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though the incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then after some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that. Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You'll be in parliament for the next 12 years because how did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you? I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role. Our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role to. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who want to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't go, or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing. We've left your constituency. We are now in parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy. Yes. Would you say we are in crisis, looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country? I think I do need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of... I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then it was, if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You can make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it, that NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground, or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso is today because of your MP. He's been in parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016, and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Mama Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNaza, if you go to Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Madina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital in Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operations means your Lungu. We have done all it before Nima. You can't pass inside Nima, but now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing. You have no problem. So to talk in parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency. No, we are not talking about your graduate. No, it's action. What we have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we'll be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in parliament, no. We see some people speaking in parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced Simiti Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the parliament, it's not about speaking at the parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project for him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Toure Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in Parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in Parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in Parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in Parliament, then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in Parliament, talking in Parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasser because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nasser, I think, unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in Parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see first it was very dirty. They put baller at any place, but now if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no. Because wo bae no, nsisa aba mentemu ha ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no. Nsisa abem bebre. Because first the kwan we no na water down into nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre anya hanko ha ntinu obia hwe sende na juma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a wo kasa parliament bia wo nya send ya amanfo ye pe aman wa aya ama omo ntinu eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na send ye wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa send ye ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyene a wono so otimi tie enipa su frena ono so send ye kakra wo no metima abo nipa tina no de enye wonye bad wo ho se mpuntu ne send ye wo hu nipa mo bronde enu de wonye ayikura
esa be magana parliament take win seat shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowani lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowani lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gege gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya bada uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa da kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Naza Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimati Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
So you are the latest president in town.
Oh, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
What we need to do, we should begin a team building process. It's not, we shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. Personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved. Wow. And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation.
I was dismissed as editor.
So you are the latest president in town.
Oh, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
What we need to do, we should begin a team building process. It's not, we shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. Personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved. Wow. And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation.
I was dismissed as editor of the Daily Graphic because I said something the government of that day didn't want.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is the most informative socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this episode, we are going to tap into the life and brains of a Ghanaian legend. He is a journalist, a novelist, and so many other things around the media. He started writing in the 1950s and he has since not stopped. Our guest will be introduced to you after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break, and we are in the company of a legendary writer, And our writer, our guest, was born in 1935. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers are not in that age bracket when he was born. However, there are others who would remember a lot of his works and may not know who he is. And our guest is Mr. Martin Cameron Dodu.
Hi.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
And I'm glad you are here because you contribute to GhanaWeb, and you still do. How do you normally put together your thoughts when writing? Because you are 85 years old.
Let me first of all correct you. I was born in 1937, not 35. I know I'm old, but
not that old. Yeah. So how do you go about your passion, which is writing, journalism, and all of that, even at this age? Because a lot of your mates, I would say, have retired.
Yes. Well, the thing is to never stop thinking about your country, your home, and the world. Then when you get ideas about what you are hearing or seeing, you tell yourself, would I do this? What can I say about that? Do I have anything to tell other people about? Would I like to converse with someone about this issue? Because the media is just a reflection of life. And in life, if you don't converse with people, if you don't exchange ideas, then you are basically dead on your feet. Now, the reason why I keep writing, and I write 2 columns a week, one for the Daily Guide of Ghana and the other for the Ghanaian Times. I taught myself how to write. I've never been to a secondary school. I've never been to a journalism school. I just, out of the love of communicating, began to read a lot, listen a lot, and made the world know something that I'm very familiar with. And I go on doing that because so long as God has given me this brain and it isn't dead yet, I have to use it. If you don't use it, it will die on you.
And a lot of journalists retire from 50, some after 50, some even before 50. But you were a freelance journalist and a writer from the 80s.
Yes.
And by then, were you supposed to have retired in the UK, or you were actively working alongside being a freelance journalist?
Well, who tells you to retire? It's only your work. In journalism, nobody supervises what you do, especially if you're a freelance. So long as you write well, you remember events, and you are not too lazy to check up on your facts, you don't retire. Good journalists don't retire. When you want to retire, it's probably after you have written your autobiography. And I am writing mine, but there is so much going on that I haven't completed it, and I don't think I'll complete it in the next few years unless I am called away.
I think you have to complete it, and anything we can do to get you to complete it, we're going to do it in our own way. But with remembering and recounting memories,
yes,
this is something you are really good at, because you remember the pre-independence era when you were still, actively working, and you were a young man then. How was it like when you were a people teacher? At that point, did you think you would be a journalist, and you didn't even know what journalism was at the time?
That is true. I was very lucky in that I was, I think, in Standard 6 when the Daily Graphic was launched. Now, the Daily Graphic has very interesting antecedents. It was launched by the Daily Mirror Group of London. Now, at that time, the Daily Mirror was the biggest newspaper in the world in terms of readership. And they employed very good journalists. Bankole Timothy was employed from Sierra Leone and became in the Ghana media. Henry Ofori, you probably have heard of him. He used to be editor of Drum. Moses Dankwa, Kofi Bedu, the sports writer. They were very good, and these people were taught by Fleet Street experts. And when you read them, you felt, oh, I'd like to write like that. And so even when I was in middle school, I was writing good essays, and I was lucky to have some very good teachers who helped me along and taught me that first of all you must master the English language, and secondly you must read so that you know what interests you and learn from that to make your stuff interesting to other people.
Where do you get your materials to read? Were you reading newspapers at the time?
Yes, newspapers, and also
yes.
I come from Esiakwa, which is near Chebi, and Chebi had a library at the community center. I used to go there every week, paying out of people teachers' salary about £7 a month. I was taking lorries at 1 shilling a time, go to Chebi, borrow a book, bring it back to Esiakwa, read it. As soon as I finish, I go and change it, and so on.
And what kind of books were in the library at the time?
All sorts of novels. I read The Saint. There were a lot of novels about the saint, for instance, and then Black Shirt. If you knew how these people wrote, if you borrowed a book, you needed to finish reading it. You couldn't put it down. It had that knack of making you interested in the story they were telling you. And then, of course, Charles Dickens and other people. I read a lot.
And you wrote a lot from that inspiration?
Yes. Not directly. This is the thing about education. When you absorb and you are disgorging, it's not conscious. The English language appeals to you. You find an expression as you are reading, and it gets into your subconscious. And before you know it, you are applying it to your own situation, and perhaps modifying it a bit. Because these people were writing about Europe and America, and I was in the Gold Coast. But I had to make sure that people in the Gold Coast understood what I was writing, so I adapted, yes.
And in 1957, you were at GBC by then. How was it like, if you can take us back, for you and also your thoughts at the time when we had the independence? What was going on then?
Whilst I was in school, there was this struggle between the National Liberation Movement and the Convention People's Party about which party would lead Ghana to independence. And then I joined a magazine called New Nation. But whilst I was at New Nation, I was moonlighting by writing short stories for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And they employed me because they liked what I was writing. So I was there when independence occurred. We had a head of news who was from the BBC, seconded from the BBC. We had a head of programs who was seconded from the BBC, and we had a director general who was seconded from the BBC. And they were looking at talent for talent, all the time. So I wrote for them, and they employed me. And without any training, I couldn't write shorthand, I couldn't type, touch typing, and so on. Just out of being able to remember things, I was made a reporter. Now, in those days, the radio was the most authoritative media in the country. So, if you made a mistake, if you misquoted someone or gave an untrue fact, they would be on you in a minute.
And you lose your job.
Absolutely. Well, and it was so disgraceful. So you had to be very, very careful. And that was how I trained myself to be able to report accurately, reflect what people were really saying. And I was sent to Parliament as parliamentary reporter. The worst thing you can think of, because as you know, politicians are very interested in being quoted accurately. Because if you quote them and make an error, it goes to their constituents. And they will not be elected again. So they were very, very interested in making sure that we reported them properly. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who was then the Prime Minister of Ghana, once telephoned the newsroom of Radio Ghana once I was there. And he told us that we had said that the dam was being built at Konsombo. It wasn't Kosombo, it was Akosombo, Akosombo, and he spelled it for us. So just imagine this happening, and everybody knows. He said, hey, Prime Minister listens to us, we must be accurate too. And because I managed to report accurately, I was sent to all the important assignments. And
have you ever interviewed Dr. Kwame Nkrumah at the time?
Not for writing, but I've had one-to-one with him during the Congo crisis. I was editor on duty when President Lumumba, Prime Minister Lumumba of the Congo, had problems. And we had, at that time, a monitoring service which was capable of picking up radio transmissions from all over Africa. And I heard that the Ghana ambassador in the Congo had been expelled by the government of the Congo. At that time, Ghana had sent soldiers, artisans, and a whole lot of people to the Congo. So I realized that if we broadcast that news, people would panic. They say, hey, if we have no embassy in the Congo and our people are there, what will happen to them if anything occurs? So I said, I'll send this news to the Prime Minister. And out of my own initiative, I sent it to his office at Flagstaff House. And within 30 minutes, they sent a car for me. And I went there and he sat me down and said, why did you bring this news here? And I said, I know that we have soldiers in the Congo and you have an embassy, but we, according to your instructions, have set up a monitoring service so we can hear Radio Leopoldville direct. And this news came from Radio Leopoldville, and I thought that perhaps it would take time to get to you through the army or through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but here it is. Give it to the president and let him do what he likes with it. So that's why I brought it to you, because if I had broadcast it, I'm sure we would have had panic in the country. And he looked at me and he said to me something very strange, but I think he was completely bowled over. He said, don't send such news here. This is not a news agency. Can you imagine?
Because he wanted you to broadcast it.
No. He just said I shouldn't send it to him because he was disturbed.
Yes.
And then I went with somebody working in Radio Ghana who was close to him, and he picked up a letter and said, listen to what our ambassador has written. So the ambassador, who was Andy Welbeck, had written that he had the Congo in his pocket, people come to him for advice and so on. Very rosy picture. I didn't say anything. He read it, and I went my way. Within 2 weeks, Congolese soldiers had gone to the embassy to expel the ambassador by force because he said he wasn't going to leave. He had to hide in a freezer. And then eventually he was freed by the Ghana army, by the commander of the army himself. He was called Alexander, General Alexander. He was there with him. Alexander went to the embassy, picked him up from the freezer and drove him to Leopoldville Airport and put him on a plane. And I looked at him and said, yeah, this is not a news agency.
Yes. So if they had worked on it, probably that wouldn't have happened and it could have prevented maybe some
That wasn't my business.
Yes.
My business was to make sure that my fellow countrymen in the Congo were safe. And you send them there, they are facing problems. You have to know. But of course, as I say, this is what I mean by using your intelligence. You go and broadcast it, everybody will hear about it. And your brother is a carpenter who has been sent to the Congo to help them. His brother is an electrician. His brother is in the army. What would they think? So, you use your judgment in journalism. That's why I say that there are a lot of people in this country who think that if you get a microphone, that's the end of the story. It isn't. You must think about the person who is going to listen to you. You must think about the person whom you are going to talk about. What would they say if they were face to face with you? just because you can broadcast on the airwaves and reach them directly, it doesn't mean that you should forget that they are also human beings like yourselves who have rights to their good name and so on and so forth. But if you are not trained, you think, oh, it doesn't matter, let me make people say that. Did you hear so-and-so say this? Did you hear so-and-so say this? That's not journalism.
This is quite an interesting story and also quite an expose on the responsibilities of journalists. And we'll be going deeper into those days and how you handled certain situations that came your way, and also the differences in the media in Ghana and then the UK, where you lived some part of your life.
Yes.
This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back and continue the discussion with Martin Cameron Dodi. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing with our guest, Martin Cameron Dodi. And I don't know, are you comfortable with the name Martin? Because you normally sign Cameron Dodi and no Martin.
Yes. Because of my affinity with the radio, I like you funny. I like good words, and I loved the name Cameron rather more than Martin.
Okay.
And of course, editors prefer that you use as few words as possible for your story as well as your byline. So rather than say Martin Cameron Dodo, I just choose the Cameron. And it's important to me because my father was a cocoa buyer, and the firm that he worked for was from the United Kingdom, and the head of the firm was a Scotsman called Cameron, and he helped my father a lot. My father was an incredible man. He never went to school, but he could buy cocoa and account for it. He brought 60 pounds of cocoa. He would know if it was more or less, he knew the scales and so on and so forth. And these people appreciated him and promoted him, and we had quite a nice life. So I said, oh, if it hadn't been for Mr. Cameron, maybe I wouldn't be enjoying this life.
So you are living the life of or the legacy of Mr. Cameron, because at least he made your family comfortable.
Absolutely.
That's quite interesting. And in the 1960, I think in 1960, you were the editor for Drum magazine.
Yes.
At what point did you leave GBC?
It was very interesting. I was making rapid progress there. I went there in 1956, and by 1960, I had been promoted to editor. In those days, if you became an editor, you had a car loan, had a bungalow, and all sorts of things. So I was moving fast. When Henry Ofori, I have mentioned it, came to interview me at GBC about the stories I was writing, which were being broadcast not by the news section, but by the programs section. And he asked me, why is it that we have so few writers in Ghana? And I gave him an answer. I said, look, this is a humid climate. People go to their offices and work. Those educated who have offices, when they get home, they are very tired. And writing is a tiring occupation. Not only that, but they hardly pay anything. Which incidentally, GhanaWeb has been perpetuating. You use a lot of stuff which you don't pay for. How do you expect your freelancers to exist and continue producing stuff for you? When I became editor of Daily Graphic, the Drum, I paid well. I fought for contributors' fees because without them, what are you? Okay, you may be bright, you may be a very good writer, but you need the input of other people because they are different people. They have different experiences. They are all over the place, and you are sitting in your office, and the person brings you a story, which you put in a magazine and sell. If you saw those days, at the end of the month, you see about 10 kids on this road here. African drum, African drum, African drum. And people used to like to buy the drum. So if they are buying and paying for it, why won't you share it with those who help you to make it popular?
Yes.
We have to be absolutely truthful to one another.
Yeah.
I regard GhanaWeb as my second home. I used to write even for Say It Loud.
Wow.
Yes, I took part in some of those very serious, controversial debates.
I hope you didn't go anonymously.
I think I didn't use my name.
Okay.
Because some of the stuff there is, you know, it's almost disgraceful to be associated with it.
Yes.
But we've toned it down now.
Yeah.
That's very good. But you've done very well. There's nobody I know of importance in politics or business who doesn't use GhanaWeb every now and then.
Yes.
And also I like the idea that you encourage people to express their opinions about what they read. Some other media also use opinions, but they don't encourage letter writing.
Yeah.
And so please keep up and encourage people. Don't just wait. If there is an issue that you want people to talk about, find someone who is competent on that issue and go to the person and let the person, invite the person. You'll be flattered that you would come to him. Then after he has given his opinion, you can generate a discussion of it. The country needs discussion because things are moving very fast and things are difficult. Inflation all over the world, there is hunger here and there. And in this country, we are sitting on one of the worst man-made disasters you can think of, which is Galamsey.
Yeah.
That the people of this country, with all their culture and knowledge, will turn River Ankobra into a chocolate-faced river. Brim, where I was reared in Achimabwakwa, you can't drink it. Last weekend I was at Esiakwa. We used to have Supon, Trafo, and Brim, so they now take water from the ground. And even that is not good enough. And so people I saw were drinking sachet water. You know.
And the media is not doing that much. Let's compare it to the past when you were the editor of Daily Graphic. Was it the same situation then? Were the reportage mostly about politics, or they were a bit different?
I wish we were doing this at my house, because I would show you an article I did. There was a small village called Insutem. It lies between two rivers, Brem on this side and Supon on that side. And both rivers flooded at the same time, and the people's houses were underwater. And I heard about it, so I sent a chap to go and report it. We put it on the front page. The Minister of Rural Development took a helicopter to that place to see for himself, and he got in touch with his housing people, and they built a new township for Insutem. That new township you see there as you are going to Kumasi, before you reach Usima, was built as a result of the Daily Graphic's efforts. We did all manner of things. As I say, I don't have the evidence here. So. But the point is, what is important? To discuss the family affairs of somebody, whether he's having an adulterous relationship with some woman or other, or is that important? You are sitting here, your children and their children are going to have to import water if you are not careful, because given climate change also, what we are doing to the rivers will worsen. And as you say, you pick up the newspaper and it's as if nothing is happening in the world. I can't believe it. And there are people here who call themselves journalists. They actually formed a journalist of concern about Galamsey.
Yeah.
I don't know why they formed it, I wasn't here. But whatever they formed it for, when they achieved it, it's gone. Nobody's doing anything about it any longer. And yet, if you go to Brim today, if you go to Ankobra today, you go to Tano, they are all still being polluted by the Galamsey people.
With the kind of journalism we are practicing now, I have heard from a number of journalists who are saying, well, why do you complain about the kind of content that we have? Because we need to sell. And if you look at the UK and other places like the US, we have a lot of the media focusing on the personal lives of people and following people about, talk about the adulterous issues and those things because they sell. Do you think we should be at that level at this time?
No, the point is they are lying. If you put on the television on CNN right now, you find fire in California. There is fire also and floods in Kentucky. Here am I sitting in Accra. I know all about it. Why? Because that is the media. They see life in danger and they deploy resources to cover it. They interview the people who should be alleviating the pain of those who are suffering, and so on and so forth. So they are just lying that it's because of lack of interest that they are not covering this story. It's not true. People know that they must drink water. We have a proverb which shows that even animals appreciate water. Say, or the when a chicken dips its beak in water and gets water to drink, it raises its head up and says thank you to God. Water is the most important thing in life. Yeah. You know, you can starve yourself for maybe a week. You won't die. There are people who starve themselves for weeks and months. But starve yourself for water for even 48 hours and see what will happen to you. It is absolutely incontestable that what we are doing to ourselves in this country is shamelessly stupid. And what annoys me most is that they allow Chinese people to bring excavators and chamfer machines to turn our rivers upside down. But go to China, go and see the Yangtze River, go and see the Yellow River, and so on. You dare not pollute it. They will shoot you. You know. But here we are, important political personalities boast of making $1 million a day from Galamsey. If he had said that in China, he wouldn't be alive today.
What percentage of blame would you give the media? And what role can the media play in this kind of situation?
The media is supposed to be impartial. Politicians are worried that if they clamp down on Galamsey, the people will not vote for them. Fair enough. But the media have to remind them that your vote is important. People voting for you is important. But what will happen if they have no water to drink? For your own sake, in your own interest, you have to pay attention to this issue. Because you imagine that a person walking along the street, say your houseboy, is buying water sachet for 40 pesos each. Today he will buy, tomorrow he will buy. Next week, where will he get the money? And what water are people using to wash their clothing, to bath, and so on and so forth? So the whole idea is just too ridiculous for words. People are embarrassed that they are being told. They are so stupid. As a result, they invent these spurious arguments that, oh, if we put in only Galamsey, people will not buy our media. Politicians will be angry with us and so on. The media has to assess the situation. See, we cannot allow this. The flooding in Ghana, we make a lot of noise about it. It is now going down a bit. You have people, a minister will go to his office and find about 400 people waiting for him. They want jobs, they want this, they want that. So by the time he gets home, he's not thinking about Galamsey. If he's thirsty, they bring him water from the fridge. He doesn't know. But we know. And if we don't know, we must find out.
So, with the level of disinterest, if I can call it that,
absolutely,
amongst from the media and even the general public in these important aspects of the society, do you think there is a brighter future as compared to the past? Because we've also seen a different level of issues and problems in the past, from the 60s through the 70s, 80s, and the issues of today. With all our digital improvements and the transformation, and we see the problems deepening. Is there any difference that you expect?
There can be a difference if the journalists wake up, because when they wake up, they wake others up.
So the first point of call is journalists?
Yes.
Okay.
You probably have heard that Thomas Jefferson said that given freedom of the press and no government, I would prefer to have freedom of the press and no government. It's as high as that, because if you don't know about the issues, how are you going to vote for someone? And if you don't vote for someone, who is going to govern? So it is important that the journalists wake up, and if the politicians don't allow themselves to wake up, you kick them in the butt so that they will wake up.
But the journalists own, the politicians own a lot of the media houses.
That is true. I was dismissed as editor of the Daily Graphic because I said something the government of that day didn't want.
Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, 1970. Professor Busia, the Prime Minister, wanted Ghana to engage in dialogue with South Africa. Apartheid, you know, where a man's skin determines his fate in life. And I said, no, we can't do this. We have to help the blacks in South Africa to overthrow the whites so that they will all become equal. And I published this, and I ran a campaign in a government-owned newspaper. Because I believed that the government was holding the papers in trust for the people. So the people's interest was that. And I did other things like what I told you about the water.
Yes.
And I was dismissed. I knew I might be dismissed, but who am I compared to 30 million black Africans in South Africa? Their interest.
So you knew you would lose your job for doing that, and your subordinates agreed, and then they implemented the campaign.
Oh, well, as an editor, I write an editorial, how can you not publish it? No, I did it. But the important thing is this, that the journalist of intelligence doesn't put himself above the people. Even now, that was 1970. How many years now? 50.
That's
50.
about, over 40 years.
People still remember what I wrote and what I did. And it's there for the records so that people can see that you don't say that person owns this medium and therefore I can't use it to say what I think. If you couldn't think, he wouldn't have employed you. Okay?
Yeah.
And if he employs you and he doesn't respect your intellect, then who is he? You have to be challenging these ideas all the time. Definitely be respectful, explain yourself, and let people know why you did or you are doing certain things. But to say that, oh, my boss wouldn't like this, so I wouldn't use it, when you know that it's in the interest of the people, it's a different matter altogether.
So you resigned from GBC, you went to Drum.
Yes.
You resigned from Drum.
Yes.
Went to Graphic, and you were fired from Graphic.
Yes.
We'll continue the story after this break. We are speaking with Cameron Dodu. Is a legendary journalist, writer, novelist, and everything you can think of in the media, a broadcaster as well. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Okwe. Our guest is Cameron Dodu. And we spoke about how you were fired from Daily Graphic. Were you hurt by it?
Oh, yes. I mean, editor of the largest paper in the country. And also, my argument was quite simple. All I said was, Mr. Prime Minister, in South Africa itself, the media are reporting that the African countries which are on the side of the white minority regime are being paid money. Ufwe in the Ivory Coast, and you are his friend. And so people will put two and two together and say that maybe they are giving you money. Malawi is opening an embassy there. We know that Dr. Banda has got money from them, or he intends to get money from them. So don't do that. Ghana has a name which the black South Africans respect, because we used to train some of their guerrilla warfare people. Now, if they hear that Ghana is engaged in dialogue with the white minority regime, they will be hurt. And even those who want to fight and die for their country will be detailed, saying, oh, we have no hope. So please don't do it. And you fire me for that, thank God for it. I have that history.
Yeah.
And Nelson Mandela was eventually released from prison. I went to the inauguration when he became president.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw my work bearing fruit, you know, and that is important.
Yeah.
So it was one of the proudest moments of my life.
So what happened right after Graphic? What did you do next?
Well, whilst I was before I even joined the Graphic, I was correspondent for the Financial Times of London, and also for the Fox Grant in Amsterdam and other people. Yeah. So I never ever felt that I should fear. If you fire me from the Daily Graphic, I have the Financial Times, and eventually I even moved from there to the Sunday Times, a very rich newspaper, then from Sunday Times to the Guardian, and so on. So I have faith in myself that my talent can be appreciated by other people. And can you imagine? Here am I, Ghanaian, no degrees or anything, and my byline appears in the London Times, the London Sunday Times, the London Observer, the Volkskrant Amsterdam, Ons Vereld and others. Oh, yeah.
And all of them were getting different stories.
Absolutely.
Not the same story across the papers.
That would be stupid, because they read.
Yes.
They read on another. So I managed.
And they paid as well.
Very well. And they paid expenses. For instance, I was sent to Gambia by the Sunday Times. I was sent to Liberia to cover those schools and other places. They know what stories are. And all they want is a good story. And thank God I had the preparation for that. You know, GBC and other drama and so on taught me how to write.
So at what point did you decide to live in London? Is that where you lived, London?
That was in 1983.
Okay.
I reported the murder of the judges, 3 judges and a retired army officer, for Focus on Africa on the BBC. They were suppressing the news as it came out of the special, not tribunal, special commission that was investigating the murders under Justice Azukra.
At the time you were in Accra?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, because they owned the Daily Graphic, the Daily Graphic wasn't publishing what was going on.
Yes.
Ghanaian Times, Duka. But by 3, 4, 5 o'clock, I was on the BBC reporting on it for Focus on Africa. And I was called by someone and told, be very careful, otherwise we shall even prevent you from sending stories, because we control the external telephone service and the telex.
Yeah.
And I got other hints. One day I was having a pee in a public place in a restaurant. Somebody came there, I don't know who he was. He just looked at me and said, "Camera, are you still in this country?" Before I could say anything, he gone. Who was he? What had he heard? And I knew that in those days you could just vanish.
Yeah.
Not only that, but during that time, my son was driving my car and he had a mysterious accident at a crossroads.
In Accra?
In Accra. The car was a write-off. It's very lucky that he wasn't hurt. But if they were picking on my family. So I've been through it. But Allah is there looking after me, and I've done my little bit.
So at what point did you decide to move to London? And did the BBC support you in moving?
No. I was a freelance. You don't have a contract.
Yeah.
I just turned up there, and then I began to write for, you see, my freelance outlets.
Did you move with your family?
Eventually they joined me.
Okay.
But I spent 34 years abroad.
34 years?
Yes. 24 years. And I regret it, because if I had been here, maybe I could have made a lot of difference.
Yes.
But anyway, I was writing about Ghana anyway, for overseas newspapers and media. And some Ghanaians were exposed to my ideas.
Yeah. So the whole 34 years was for the fear of your life, because you could be attacked.
I was.
Where?
You have an accident, your car is written off. There were times, one day I was going to Tema, and I was followed all the way to Tema and all the way back. But I wanted to see what they would do. So they were laying the motorway extension, Spintex Road and so forth. And I used to ride horses around that area, so I knew where the paths were. So on the motorway, I just moved straight. And I went straight to the castle under the regime of Flight Lieutenant Rollins.
On a horse?
No.
Okay.
After
yes.
I drove and they couldn't find me.
Yeah.
I was with someone important there discussing this issue when the person who had lost me came to report to him that he had lost me. Then he saw my face, I swear. He broke into hysterical laughter.
Wow.
He just couldn't control himself. Yeah. You think you can get me? I'm sitting here with your boss. Let him kill me today.
Oh.
And nobody can do anything to you if you haven't done any, you haven't made any mistake.
So the threats were glaring.
I didn't invent anything from the story about the judges. I wrote what was said by the witnesses and the judges and so on. You should kill me for that. What have you done? The record is still there.
Wow. The threats were very glaring and you ran for your life. However, you came back.
Yes.
So at what point did you return? When did you return permanently to Ghana?
2016-17.
Okay.
Yes.
And what informed your return at that time?
Oh, I was getting old. My children were being completely estranged from Ghana. They were all educated abroad, most of them. And also, the atmosphere was good. I wanted to come back earlier, but preparation is important. At my age, you don't go and hang around on somebody's premises and so on. So I took my time, prepared, and I came back. That's why I've been able to continue to GhanaWeb.
Yes. And are you happy?
Right now?
Yes.
No. Because of this Galamsey situation, I'm not happy. I would be lying if I said I was. Look, we have a country in which the president said, I would rather lay down my office than allow Galamsey to continue. But his powers are limited. Some people in his own party are boasting that they can make $1 million a day from Galamsey. If you read the Daily Guide, there was a column by somebody called Bauer recently, and he will explain to you how the NPP national elections took place and what happened there. This is in black and white. We cannot continue this thing. The rivers are crying, the people are crying. There are so many diseases we don't hear about, you know, because of the way that chemicals are transmitted through the water to our people. There was a major story, I think you published it, but I can't remember, saying that there were babies being born without eyes and noses. You live in this country, you are a journalist, and you see a thing like that and you let it go. You don't discuss, you don't write editorials about it, nothing. What kind of people are we? What kind of journalists do we have? God is not coming from up there to save us from our own stupidity about the way that we use our water. He gave us the water, and that was enough. And in some countries, they look after the water. So I sit here and I look and say, after all that we have done, boasting in the foreign media that Ghana is a great country, this and that, and we ruin our own water, the water we drink. How can you be proud of yourself?
Have you met the president already?
Yes.
And you spoke to him about some of these things?
Yes.
But I'm sure you didn't get any
well,
response.
He did his bit, but the point is, as I said, the president said it publicly to everybody.
Yeah.
His party people know that he has said it, and that is his policy. They increase the penalty for galamseyers a lot. And they are still doing it because he cannot control all of them in the regions, in the districts, and in the villages. So that is why he needs help. He needs our help to awaken those people. The people who go to GhanaWeb every day, they must get a message that something is very, very wrong in Ghana.
Yeah. Now let's talk about family. How many children do you have?
I have, thank God, 6 children.
6 children?
Yes.
Yes.
2 girls and 4 boys.
And they are well educated and everything? Yes. And do you have a wife currently?
I used to, but unfortunately my wife passed away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I haven't married, and if you have a nice young sister or a nice young girl somewhere you want to introduce me, I'll be very grateful.
That's quite interesting. So now let's talk about the autobiography. I'm sure we would have read a whole lot if it was completed. And you are saying it would take some years. Why would it take some years? Where have you reached?
I want it to be my last testament.
Yes.
And so it needs time. And I want it to be very, very good. You know my standards.
Yes.
I want to write a fantastic book.
So is it about style or context?
All
of it?
Yes, I want to leave Ghana a very good book, starting from way back.
Yeah. So what's
and also to inspire the young people. Because as I've told you, I didn't go to secondary school.
Yes.
I've told you I didn't go to journalism school. And my standards has reached overseas, not only Ghana. So it means it can be done.
Yeah.
And those kids and young people who are saying that, oh, I don't have money, this and that, it's not an excuse. I passed my GCE levels through private study at home with a candle. There was no electricity. And I passed GCE level in 15 months. So my mates who were in secondary school were still in secondary school when I passed my GCE. Then I got the job and gradually, God helping me, it went well. So people can pick themselves up.
That's quite some great words. Before we leave, I just want to ask you one thing. Who is your favorite writer?
It's very difficult, but since did you say you read philosophy?
Psychology.
Psychology. Yes. Have you heard of Bertrand Russell?
Yes, I have.
He's one of my favorite writers. He's very, very good.
Okay, who do you admire a lot in, in the African writers that we have? I know you did something with Wole Soyinka.
Yes, and also Chinua
Achebe, yes.
And Ayikweyama, don't forget.
Yes.
Those are all very, very good writers.
But you can't say you have a favorite.
Well, it really doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because Wole Soyinka writes plays. Chinua Achebe writes novels. Ayikweyama writes novels. Which genre am I going to pick my favorite from?
Yes.
But I like all of them, and I like good writing. Before we leave, I must tell you this. Adjoa Yeboah-Ferry, who is a columnist for the Daily Graphic, has just published a novella. Very, very small. It's only about 60 pages. But it is fabulous. And I'm sure that she will continue and write a bigger book. But I read everything I can get.
Everything.
And
yeah. That's a great advice, and we are very grateful that you honored our invitation to have a discussion with us on your life, and also to share your own ideas and some advice on how to go about journalism in general, and also how the country should be headed. Because you write, and we would have a discussion about giving you a very special place on GhanaWeb so that you could contribute more and help in solving the country's situation. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Ismail Okwe. Before we leave, we have a citation for Mr. Cameron Dodu, and this citation is from the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, which was held last year. Ghanaians said they like Cameron Dodu, they follow his writing, and he writes for almost every platform you can think of. You don't use a typewriter, or you've used it before?
A-wahi, B-wahi, like that.
Do you still do A-wahi, B-wahi, or you've improved?
Yeah, well, I can write fast, but that's only because I've been doing the same thing for a long time.
Yes.
But I have about 5 laptops.
5 laptops. And do you use a smartphone?
Yes, indeed.
You do? You do? Oh, okay. That means you are abreast of the current trends and...
well, you probably don't see too much of what I do for GhanaWeb, but I often tell them, please accept this correction for what I do. I'm always critical of myself. I'm trying to know.
How many times do you edit your stories?
It depends on the mood and the time. If I'm fatigued, I may make mistakes. And one thing that I hope I can tell you for GhanaWeb's sake is that you should employ good proofreaders.
Yes.
Because even the best writers make mistakes because of deadlines and things of that sort. And you see that when you are rereading what you have said, there are mistakes in it which escaped you at first. And they haven't spotted it.
That's
so
true.
Please, if my visit to you today can encourage you to employ very good proofreaders,
yes,
I'll be very happy. And I know that I'll come home.
That's really true, and I think your advices are well noted, and we're going to implement them at GhanaWeb, because we serve the nation in our own small way, or big way, as others who are online say. They say we are the biggest, so we have more responsibility than other people, and that's why we are not coerced by any force or any authority. However, importance should be placed on quality and also on responsibility, which is something we'll do. So this is a citation for you, and it comes with a photograph. I mean, it's a digital painting, and I don't know if you would agree whether it looks like you or not. Let me just take this off. Okay. So this is it. It's a citation with an image there. I don't know if that's you when you were younger.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too.
Very
so let me show this to the camera.
Okay.
So it says, citation in honor of Cameron Dodu, in grateful recognition for your outstanding contribution to journalism and media freedom. You are an embodiment of excellence. GhanaWeb appreciates you for your service to Ghana. You will forever remain in our good books. So this is from the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards organizers and also from GhanaWeb to you. And we thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much.
I feel very much at home.
Yeah.
Intellectually, I've been with GhanaWeb for a long time.
For a long time, yes.
Almost since you began.
Yes.
So this is extremely well appreciated. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. So this is the end of our show today. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
You are the latest president in town.
Oh, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
What we need to do, we should begin a team building process. It's not, we shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. Personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved. Wow. And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation.
With the man who is considered a jack of all trades when it comes to music. Some call him an industry plug, others a musician, an entrepreneur, a connector, a show promoter. The list goes on and on. I am here with the man who got all the links when it comes to music in Ghana and beyond. This is Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV. When we come back, I introduce my guest. Welcome back. This is Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV. Before I introduce my guest, I would love to congratulate him for all the amazing things he's done in the industry, for connecting our artists to foreign people and, you know, being a true son of the land. I have here with me Smallgod.
Hi.
I'm good. Good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Great. So we're just going to delve more into career, the things that you've achieved. You are really a big man when it comes to music industry. I don't even know how to qualify you because I cannot say you're a musician. I cannot say you're a promoter. It goes on and on. Some say you are an entrepreneur, but we're going to find out more in the course of our interview. Now, your name, Nana Apiese, it sounds like a royal. I'm very particular about that because I know in Ghana, names do have meaning. So are you a Ghanaian royal?
No.
No. Then Charlie, it's like every name you pick sets your side is unique. Smallgod. I've had people say, oh, does he consider himself as a god? But I've heard stories where you've explained the meaning of Smallgod. Akrenyame. Yeah. So just to issue disclaimer to all those who think, oh, he thinks he's a god. No. He's good at what he does. I must tell you that. But as he says, Chief or Ekasi Akrenyame, just say, all the brains, he's got a bigger brain, he knows everything. That's what. That's it. But I heard you say you got it from your grandma.
Yeah, grandma gave you.
Yeah. And then you decided to. Great. Now, I know in Ghana, when we talk about celebrities or the big men, people wonder, oh, can they do things on their own? Personally, I just want to find out, can Smallgod cook? Does he make his own meals? Or he got all the boys?
I destroy the kitchen. I'm a good cook.
You're a good cook.
I mean, I lived with my grandma and my mom, so you know what that means.
So what can you prepare? Like, I know you can say everything, but what's your specialty?
Whatever I want to eat, I'm really on it.
On it.
Like.
But then some will say with celebrities, you got people on your hand, someone who could give you, oh, you got an interview here, someone who does the laundry, someone who got everything. So of course, that's help.
I'm a guy that's hands-on. I do my own laundry, I do my own cooking, I do everything. Even though I got a girl, but I still do things myself.
Oh, even though you got a girl, I'm going to get back to that later. But then what Ghanaian language do you speak fluently? Like the languages you're good at?
Chi. Ga. I'm still learning. I was there a bit and I'm learning a bit small. But
the Chi is...
Chi and Ga, I picked it quite...
But I know your background, reading about you. You know you spend most of your life outside Ghana and inside here. You've been around for a long time. But do you feel that you are sometimes being tagged as, oh, he's a foreigner in your own motherland? Do you get that feeling?
It's normal. Like, wherever you go, you always tagged as somebody else. Like, for instance, I was born in London.
Okay.
When I came to Ghana, you call you the London boy. When you leave here, going to Amsterdam, they call you the Ghanaian or the London boy. When you leave Amsterdam, come to Ghana, they call you the Amsterdam boy. So it's like you don't belong. It's very hard. It's very hard because you don't belong anywhere. You just, unless you go back to London. Then even there, they say, oh, the Ghanaian boy. So you just...
I can imagine.
I don't know what you want to call them, but you don't belong anywhere. You just...
But then the word belong in the industry, because I know you do music.
Yeah.
In the industry here in Ghana, do you feel like the belongingness, like you've been accepted?
Well, accepted. I just started music, to be honest, but I've always been behind the scenes, as I said. So I did my work. I've done the groundwork. I've done the footwork. I've done everything. So it wasn't like I wanted to belong. It's just something I was doing. So when I say they needed me, per se, so it wasn't like, oh, you don't belong, so we're not going to help your people or whatever. I'm helping people, so it doesn't matter whether I belong or not.
It doesn't even matter. You're a Ghanaian, and that's what's most important.
I was just getting the job done, so it doesn't matter. But now, I guess I've done enough noise enough.
You have.
Completed my name, so
cemented your name. That's it. That's it. But then, are there plans to fully relocate to Ghana? Or
I'm here now.
You have now.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Yeah, let's talk music. Let's talk music. I know you've been here, as you said, you've been in Ghana, but then for someone who stayed outside in Ghana, some say, oh, our system not working, economy hard and all that. How would you describe the system, the economy, which currently everybody's complaining about?
I won't say anything different from what's happening. It's happening, we all see it. It's not only in Ghana, everywhere it's happening. But I mean, it might be harder in Ghana than other parts of the world because other parts of the world, they're using a credit system to survive. In Ghana, I don't think we have the credit system, so it's just hand to mouth or wherever. So
have to hustle.
Have to hustle to make it happen. So it's harder here, would I say. Apart from that, I guess we know how to use whatever we have to make it work.
Okay. Now let's talk music.
Yeah.
Usually when we say Smallgod, we know that he's really bridged the gap when it comes to local artists and foreign.
Yeah.
You got some of the craziest links I can ever think of. Now take me through the process. If a Ghanaian artist want to work, collaborate with a foreign artist, what are the...
with me, it's not per se you want to work with a foreign artist. I don't do like that. I make beats. If you have the talent, I'll put you on. If I like it, cool. Now, I search who I feel like fits sonically with you or the collaboration fits with. Then when I do get it, I come back to you and let you listen to it. Also, you have a say. It's not like you're forced to be on there.
Yeah.
You have a say. You listen to it. If you feel like what I've done is good enough for you, then we move forward.
Okay.
Do you understand? It's not like you come to and say, I have this song and I want you to help me with Drake and it's my job to go and find Drake. No, it's not. I do my thing. I just make things happen.
I get it.
Like we're sitting here now and you say, okay, you work for GhanaWeb. You want, you're thinking of going to England, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, oh, guess what? I went to school with a girl that controls BBC over there. Do you want me to link you?
Link it.
Now link you. Whatever you guys do,
that's
busy
it.
because I know you guys are in the same industry. Get it? That's what I do.
Yeah, my question is because I've heard people say, oh, why is it that Nigerians, they can quickly collaborate with the foreign art, but in Ghana it looks like it's just once you can single it out. That's why I want to find out, is there a process where you can lead? Like,
it's not per se a process, just you have to build your connection with people, you have to build your relationship with people. Like, once you do that, then it's easier to have that conversation when it's time to...
So it's all about connection and the links.
Building your relationship with people. My one is just about building and connecting with the right people, and I'm in the right circle. Then when it's time that I need Mr. A or Mr. B or Miss B, I could say, oh yeah, I met Miss B here, and I see, yo, what's happening? I got this, what do you think? And maybe if she cannot do it, she could say, oh, I got Mr. A, I could connect you with Mr. A.
Okay.
I go through that, then before you know, the job is done.
Some will say it will not be that simple as you are saying.
I always try to make sure that I'm 2 calls away from what I need. Maximum 2 calls. So if I could do that all the time, then the job goes quicker.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Great. So currently, what would you say is the most sought after Ghanaian artists when it comes to the foreign market? Like, which Ghanaian artists? It might not be just one. But can you single out some people who are like really breaking the ceiling where people want to work with? At
the moment, there's a lot of Ghanaian artists that's actually kicking the doors.
Okay.
I mean, Sak is doing his thing. Promise is doing his thing. Black Sheriff is doing his thing. Jackie is going. There's Kiddy. All these kids. The names are a lot. But now they're all going for Kevin Boy is pushing. They're all Camidos come out now. They're all pressing. They're all putting Ghana. They're waving Ghana map. So the flag, should I say? Great. So we're waving. We're pushing. So at least they're all taking a step to go through that door. So I won't say we're not trying. We are trying. We are trying.
We are trying. Great. One thing I observed is the Blue Monkey and Smallgod. Yeah. I cannot even say I haven't taken notice of the Blue Monkey. What is the inspiration behind it?
SG is my travel partner, my companion, my friend. I mean, you know, sometimes I could call my friend and I'll be like, oh, I want to go to New York tomorrow. Let's go. My friend will be like, no, I have a date with my girl or something. Now I'll call my other friend, I have work, I can't go. So I created this thing in my head that I needed a travel partner.
Okay.
So how I found this little blue monkey that kept on bugging me. Like I think I saw this monkey in 4 different cities in 1 week. The same monkey.
The same monkey?
No lie. The same monkey, but not from the same person, but from different people, but I was in one country, but in different cities in that country.
You saw a blue monkey?
This blue monkey kept on hunting me, just hunting me, just hunting me. So I'm like, you know what, finally, you know, I just get it. I got it and it couldn't fit my bag because my rucksack was full. I always travel with just a rucksack, so it was full. So I hanged it, like I stapled the hand together on the bag so that.
So it's not a real monkey, but it's a blue monkey?
No, I'm telling the story first.
Okay.
So I stapled this teddy bear monkey on my bag, and that was it. Everywhere I traveled, it holds on. So I never took it off again, it stayed on. So as years, like that's about 15 years ago. So as years went along, I must have gone to Tamale, and one of my friends has monkeys. And I'm like, hold on, I have a blue monkey that I travel with. I want a real one. He goes, oh, my monkey's pregnant. So
if he gives,
when he gives birth, come back.
It.
So I said, cool. So about maybe, 2 months down, like he goes, oh, I have a surprise for you. He's my friend, so he always says that I forgot my monkey. I forgot about the monkey. So he said, I'm coming to Accra. I have to come by road. I go, why don't you fly? Like, it's easier to fly, blah, blah. He goes, no, I want to come by road. Whoever. He calls me, he got to Accra maybe about, I don't know, late at night, about 1 o'clock. Went to meet him and he gave me this little cute, about this small, in my hand.
Just a baby.
Wow. Like, it melts your heart. So I took the monkey home, just trying to study the monkey, reading about monkeys, just studying it and just finding out how I could bond with the monkey. Obviously, I took it to the vets, got his injections, blah, blah, blah. Find out what he likes, what he doesn't like, how he likes to play, blah, blah. So, and my son, I have a son, Freedom. So Freedom saw the monkey, Freedom fell in love with the monkey, started playing together. how do I now separate the monkey from my son? It's not possible. So now I have a little family member, SG, in the house.
SG.
And that's one of the family members. So the blue monkey started from the teddy bear to the real one. So that's how you see. So my logo is just always the monkey, the blue monkey.
I knew there was a story behind it because I was like,
yeah.
I know you're very deep. So I was like, I was going to ask him, what's up with you and that blue monkey?
Yeah, so that's
the story.
That's the SG, always hanging on.
Is your monkey a female or a male?
A female, small girl.
So maybe you can reproduce, you never know. And maybe I could come for one when it happens. Maybe we could talk about that.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, beautiful story there. But back to music. Which veteran artists do you think you can partner with? We've got a lot of Ghanaian musicians, olden days who reign.
I think now, my mom used to play Amachi Day a lot.
Amachi Day.
Back in the days when I was younger. And obviously, Reggie's like the grandpapa. I like Reggie too.
Grandpapa Reggie.
So those two, I mean.
Amachi or Reggie?
Yeah, these two are, I mean, they change or they're part of my journey. Because I listen to Reggie. Reggie started Hip Life. I mean, we're all listening to Hip Life. So, I mean, it's part of the journey that it would be nice to collaborate with him too. Then, obviously, Amachi Day was like, when my mom was sad at home or before she's cooking and all that. That's where they used to listen to all this old school music. I used to call them bugger music, but that was what they used to listen to. It still rings in my head.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Great. You're still watching Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. I'm seated with Smallgod. It's getting interesting, but when we come back from this break, we get talking. Before we went on that break, I asked Smallgod, the veteran artist he would love to, work with or partner with. Now your tattoos, I cannot say I didn't take notice of it, but I know tattoos got meanings. Everyone tells a story.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
It's crazy, like the stories are deep. You want to read one? There you go.
Too rare to live, too rare to die.
Exactly.
You're rare, like I must say.
So last one, let's leave it. Let's continue.
Let's leave it there. Yeah. But did you do it here in Ghana? Or?
Different countries. I kind of put them as I go along so that it tells the story.
All right, great. Now back to telling stories. I would love to actually, let's get a little bit personal. Yeah. Do you still remember the name of your childhood sweetheart? Back in the day?
Childhood sweetheart. Did I have one? Did I have one?
Don't tell me you were the hard guy who never gave up.
Did I have a sweetheart? I don't think I had one in her. Like really? Childhood sweetheart. I don't think so. Maybe it was maybe the teacher or something. I don't know. I never had one.
But Smallgod, do you have a family?
Of course I have a family. I'm a grown-ass man, dog.
I know you mentioned of your son.
Yeah, I have a son. I have a partner. I mean, I have 2 kids.
This is a sad news for all those who were eyeing Smallgod. He said he's got a family, he got a partner, and wonderful family. So I think this is the end of the road for you guys.
Are you expecting me to be just sitting there?
Oh, no, but you know with musicians, sometimes they say once you get there, it's hard to pick a partner. No. You don't know what you're coming in for.
I've been with my partner for 15 years.
Wow. Wow. That's big.
I've tried.
That's big. You're doing great. I know you've had a lot of success when it comes to music, but what would you consider as your biggest gig?
Wow. The biggest gig?
Biggest gig. Like, just as it in your career, in what you do?
I think it was is just, if your first album is like your biggest one you could ever feel. Because you work so hard on that one. It's the first one, so it's like the prototype. You're actually going through, you're going to go through your ups and downs, your no's and yes, you're going to go through all this. So it's always your first baby.
Okay.
So that's, I think that's it.
Now, talk
the rest
about
that
album,
comes with it.
Yeah. One thing I observe is that your album is loaded. You got Ghanaian artists, international, Nigerians, you work with a lot of people.
Yeah, but what I represent, as I said to you, I represent Africa, not just Ghana per se. Africa and the diaspora, the world. So if I'm bringing Africa and diaspora, I'm bringing them both. So I have to tap into every side of Africa. Let's say north, south, east, west, central. So once I do that, then I know I've done what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Then you go to diaspora, you tap into that side and also bring you home.
Yeah. Now your debut album, Building Bridges.
Building Bridges.
And then the second one, Connecting the
Connecting
Dots.
the Dots, yeah.
What really went into it? Like the selection, as you said, you like to work with Africans, it's like the whole thing.
Yeah.
But one would say, for an album that is solid, like, there's not even no bad song on it. I personally listen to Building Bridges and Connecting the Dots, and I'm like, this is everything. It's like you tap into this genre, you tap into that. It's not like one way.
That's what I say. When I'm making an album, I think of all scenarios, all situations. Like as we're sitting here, if we want to play music, I think about, okay, what kind of music can we put in the background that will not disturb this conversation? Then I'll make one like that. Okay, like you're driving, what kind of music would you listen to? Now I'll find one that will fit that. So I'm catering for every occasion. Where they Koso, they need a song. They need one. Obi girl, Anya, there's a scenario in your Aquaman.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Of course I fucked up. And it's all scenarios. What must it? So you have to plan for everything. So that's how I make an album.
And I love your style. It's unique. I know you say, okay, this is a Smallgod song, but you know here, like usually we think, okay, this is you featuring maybe Tiwa Savage and Kwesi Arthur. We expect that maybe you hear the person's voice. But
which voice? This one.
So how did you create that style for yourself? Because I feel like Master KG, I know he does that. Yeah.
So what happens? It's like DJ Khaled. What does he do?
He does the beat and the production.
Okay, you sit with the producers, you create the beats and all that.
Yeah.
Then you direct what artist goes on there. So you're like executive producer. You do everything with them and you make it happen. It's your song, so you're featuring them. I didn't sing, but I was part of the creation.
Yeah.
I was part of the beat making. I was part of the writing. I was part of all these things. So
yeah, sometimes
it might not be your voice, but
on
you're there. DJ Khaled is dropping, but okay, you can hear him screaming. We're the best. But
we're the best.
I can't say we're the best. So, yeah.
But anyway, sometimes we get lucky and then we see your face flash in the music video. So I think that's...
In my own music video, maybe. No, you see me in Kwaku's video.
Oh, okay. So it's intentional that you don't appear in your...
It's not my shine. It's the artist supposed to shine, not me.
That's the brain behind it.
The artists are supposed... They're singing. They're dancing. It's their shine. It's not for me to come and say, oh, I want to take the shine. It's not. It's not.
Just for the artists.
It's the artists. They're supposed to take the shine. It's their platform.
I feel that.
Yeah.
I feel that.
It's their stage. They enjoy it.
Great. Now, if you pay attention to the names of your albums, Building Bridges, Connecting the Dots, it looks like it all tells a story.
Yes, it's a story.
So, why that selection of name purposely? Because I know maybe the next one will be in connection to.
As I said to you, I was building bridge between Africa and the Western.
The Western.
So that's Building Bridges.
The debut album.
Yeah, that was Building Bridges. Then I came back Connecting the Dots. Some of the dots wasn't connected when you're building the bridge. Because some of them maybe one first cruise now just baby. So you have to come and tighten it. So that's Connecting the Dots. So the third one that's coming in October.
Oh, okay. We have a new one coming.
October.
Great.
Bridging the Gap.
Building Bridges, Connecting the Dots, Bridging the Gap.
Yeah, so it's all storytelling going.
Storytelling.
Yeah, so it all comes together.
Great. Then if you don't know, let me just mention some of the artists that Smallgod has on his song. So he's got like African Giant. You got Tiwa Savage on the song, Tubaba, R2Bs. This South African singer, I always get her name wrong. Bisuswa.
Yeah, she's crazy. Yeah, Bisuswa.
I love her style.
Bisuswa.
So you got her, you got UG, you got Harmonize, Samini, Kwams and Flavor, Asaka Boys too. I know you did a thing with them. Charlie.
I F with them, man. They have Kwaku DMC, O'Kenneth, YG.
Yeah.
He's hard.
Those boys are hard, Charlie.
There are more of them, like, I can't put all them on there's Reggie, there's J-Bad, there's all them, but you can't put all them on one song. So we pick them one by one as we go along, but we'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen.
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
On the back of what you just said, you make it happen, would you say that in your own contributing in your own quarter, have you been able to bridge the gap, or there's more work to do, more hands on deck?
I mean, I can't do by myself. There's more to do, so I mean, I'm trying, I'm playing my part. And I'm just saying the rest of this, we need more of me. Let's gather, let's make it work, you know? let's make it work. Let's help each other.
Yeah.
Let's push this. Let's push Ghana. Let's forget individuality. Let's put Ghana first. Let's push Ghana.
Right.
I mean, I think that's the only way we can also rise and stand up and say, yeah, we're here. Because now at the moment we're just doing individuality, like me.
Nah.
I feel like we should put Ghana first.
Great.
Once we put Ghana first, I guess we'll rise.
I strongly believe that. But one of your songs that lives rent-free in my head is Giddy Giddy.
Ooh.
Yeah, Charlie. I don't know, maybe it's because Black Hole is on it, that's what I'm being biased with that. Yeah. But then I know Big Arts, the Canadian rapper, and then our very own Black Sharif. How did you get that collaboration together? Like, because that is a solid one.
Well, the song was done a year before it came out.
Oh.
I know. We did it. We recorded the first, me and Black did the first part.
Okay.
Then we kept it. Obviously, we had other songs that we dropped before that. But this one, I was trying to look for the right person to collaborate with him, like to connect with him. So, I mean, we went around just trying to search the right person. Then a friend of mine called Drew in America was having a session, and he goes, "Oh, Maji, where's that song you played for me? Blah 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 blah." I'm like, "Oh, why?" He goes, "Yeah, I have blah 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 here." I'm like, "Oh, cool, let me talk." We just had a conversation, blah blah blah. We connected, and I sent the song across. So he listened to it. He's like, he called me back FaceTime, screaming, "Yo, this is crazy, man. This idea, I like the idea. What's the meaning of what he's saying? How to break it down, not to the perfect, but I break it down as much as I can." So I even called Black and said, "Yo, can you break it down more for me, because I speak cheap, but you know Blacko goes hard." So we broke it down. I explained to him. He went in. Just, I mean, it's cool to be Ghanaian. It's good to be African. It's cool to be African. So everybody's trying to. So him hearing it and also trying to connect with his roots, it fits perfect. He listens to it, likes it. He goes in, that's his part, send it across. I listen to it, and he goes, "Yeah, I like where I head first." He goes, "No, I want to go in again." I'm like, wow, the guy wants to kill the song. We send it back to him. He goes in again, came back. I played it to Blacko. Blacko goes, "No, I want to go in as well." So Blacko goes in again.
Charlie.
So it's like, I like the energy because everybody wanted to give their best.
Okay.
And they gave their best, and I mean, that's why you also love it.
That's why it's living rent-free in my head.
If they never gave their best,
it wouldn't have come up.
Yeah, so.
Now, the music video for that, the visuals, is unique. It's something I have not seen.
Yeah.
And like you pictured I spoke to some places in Ghana, and then how you wrote.
I did that.
Gosh, like,
it's a crazy idea.
I love things which are different. Like, give me something that is different, something that will get me talking.
I thought about this for too long, but at the end, that's what we came with him.
It's perfect.
It was
I was
scared to give it to the world because I thought they would judge, but who am I? I mean, sometimes I don't give an F, so I said, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to give it to them. It's something new, something different. Let me start it. Maybe everybody will join the trend after.
I'm sure. I'll be looking out for that.
Yeah, so
if you haven't checked out the visuals for Giddy Giddy, do check it out. It's on YouTube.
Because I don't want it to be just a normal visual, people are just reading. Because sometimes I do it, sometimes I lose concentration and I forget it. But if you make it fun,
yeah,
they're waiting to see what's next.
Charlie.
And that's how to engage them on there.
Great. So before we wrap up our conversation, I won't say I haven't taken notice of your style. I love your style.
Thank you.
Like, gives you a little bit of street, but then it's class. Like, you know, what informs it? How you put it together? Daily paper, stuff like that. I know you like the designer.
Daily paper, they're like my people. Like, they're like we're like family. They're my friends.
Okay.
My boys, you know. So, I mean, you know where they're based? They're based in Holland. They're doing their film. One is Ghanaian. One is from Morocco. The other one is from. It's 3 boys that created daily paper.
Okay.
And I'm always with them. We're doing their thing. I help when I can help. I said to them, let's go home. Let's go to Ghana. I mean, you're doing your thing, you're big there, but let's go home. So we spoke about this for about a year, 2 years, and we came home. So when we came, we did a collaboration. So we keep on doing, every year I do collaborations with them. Okay. So, I mean, as you always see me, I always wear things from people I know. I try to
promoters.
Obviously, sometimes you wear the odd ones you don't know, but mostly I promote my own people. That's what I'm very strong on, promoting our people. So that's what I do. So I wear them a lot because they're my people.
Okay.
I mean, see me wearing Free the Youth. These are my kids. See me wearing. There's so many names. I can't even mention it. You understand what I'm saying? Big Lomo. You see me wearing a lot of names, but they're all my people because why not? Do I know the owner of Gucci?
Come to think
Does he know me?
Yeah.
Can I talk to him? I can't. At least why can't we talk to the people we know and support them to get them out there? And whatever I can do, I do.
It's about time. It's about time that our celebrities wear the things to promote. Of course, they do it, but we can always do more.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in their style.
So, what's the most expensive fashion item that you own? Ooh. Something that you really spend millions on. Maybe is it a watch, shades, sneakers? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I spent a lot. I got a lot of crazy things, but it's not here to come and start having that conversation. But I do spend a lot. I do.
You like the finest things?
Well, you work hard, so why don't you enjoy the finest things in life? That's what you're working for. What are you working for?
To enjoy the finest things.
Exactly. So I have to play that part. I work hard. I mean, I work 48 hours a day. If there's 48 hours a day, I work 48 hours a day. I don't sleep.
No break.
Yeah, so I have to enjoy what I'm working for.
Great. You find out words to your fans, all just supporting you, just doing the listening and stuff like that.
That's how I always say, shut the fuck up, stop complaining, keep working. Just keep working, stop complaining. That's what happened. Everybody just complain and don't want to work. Once you start complaining, you just make an excuse or just put yourself back. So I always say, just shut the fuck up, keep working and stop complaining. Because once you do that, you move forward. I mean, you call Smallgod, he didn't answer. You don't see how much he never answers, so you're upset and you're waiting.
Keep
just
pushing.
Be quiet, just keep pushing. I'll find you.
I like
that. It's like me having a conversation with you. I'm sure if I never pushed, won't be having this conversation. You'll be like, who's Smallgod? Charlie, one circle, you forget Smallgod.
Charlie, please not forget Smallgod. Me now, I wanted you. If you could ask your people, Charlie.
Because I was making noise.
Not because you're making noise, because of your works.
Yeah, because of my work. That's why I say shut the fuck up, keep working.
Keep working.
So your work speaks for itself.
Exactly. This is Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for doing the watching. I am Paula Amabruni.
You are the latest president in town.
Well, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
What we need to do, we should begin a team building process. We shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. Personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved. Wow. And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation.
He wants me to have his kid, so then if you want to be my husband, it means I have to leave all your wives.
I will sack all of them.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie, still in the Upper East region. I hope you are doing amazing. And I'm currently here at the Tongo Hills. This place is known for amazing rock formation. The whole entire area is full of beautiful, amazing designed rocks. And I'm here to tour the place with you as always. So I hope you enjoy this vlog with me. So come, let's go explore this town of Tongo. Let's go, guys. Fried guinea fowl, and it's so good. We just left the station currently in a yellow not too soon. This is my last day in the Upper East region, and I decided to see the Tongo Hills, which is a very popular place to see in the Upper East region. We got to the Bolga station from Navrongo and picked a yellow car, which cost us 80 Ghana cedis, which is close to $9 in and out. We agreed with the driver to wait for us for the entire tour at the Tongo Hills. So let's go and explore Tongo Hill. Currently here, the ride from Bolga station took us about 25 minutes through the yellow. So we are about to enter into the information center. So we are currently here with Hansen. Hansen, say hello.
Hello.
Hansen is going to take us on the tour.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And this is how much it costs. Yeah.
Here is Tongo Hills and Trinzu Shrine.
Okay. So I just paid 25 Ghana cedis together with Gloria. Hi Gloria. Hi. The rock formation here is really amazing. Like, you won't believe here is Ghana. I was really hoping for the sun to be out today to have a better view of the place, but look at this. Wow.
Cave School.
Okay.
See, the olden days of our forefathers were using this place as their school.
Okay.
And that time when they were using this place as their school, they used stones as their table and chairs. And that time the students were not plenty. About 25 students sit in that class. And then so 1985 that we moved here, government didn't know that this community wants school, but we don't know how we do and get the school. So community mobilized themselves and built 3 structure rooms over there.
Look at the other one over there. It's so beautiful.
We're cooking food for the students.
Okay.
That's the cooking place.
So we are currently about to climb on top of the hills saw earlier on, and yeah, this is how it's gonna go. And guess what? I came in slippers. I should have come in. Yes! I made it. You come. You won't come. Okay, Gloria has decided not to join us up here. So yeah, the hill formation here, the rock formation here is so beautiful. Wow, I can't get over this view. Just look at this.
They know the days. If today is Monday, it's not all of them know. So here was the bellboy place. So if today is Monday, the bellboy will come on top and ring the bell in the morning, so the whole community will hear that today is school.
Okay.
Yeah. So he start Monday to Friday.
Okay.
If they doesn't hear the bell Saturday and Sunday, there is no school.
Then they know that there's no school.
Yeah. So here was the bellboy place.
I'm currently feeling like I'm on top of the world. Look at the view behind me. It's so magical. Yay! I made it. What plant is this? It seems to be growing on the rock.
Yeah, we call it ganselling in our language.
You call it what?
Ganselling.
Oh, okay. Do you know the English name?
No.
So guys, if you know the English name for this plant, kindly let me know. There's a little soil around the rock, but it seems to be growing very fine.
And this one is this tree is having some water. If the water is a drop your eye, you'll be blind.
You'll be blind?
Yeah.
Really?
So what do they use it for? Or it's rather poisonous?
No, it's flowers too.
Okay.
This time that you are not seeing the flowers, but the March buoy, you see some flowers.
It starts flowering. What's the color of the flowers?
It's like pink.
Pink?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Guys, let me know in the comment section. I really want to know the name of this plant. This is my first time seeing it. And the fact that it's very common in this area is amazing.
Chief Palace.
Okay.
Tinzu Chief Palace.
Okay.
And the Ting is the land and Zook is the head. And see, when you are coming, you climb here.
Yes.
So all the communities are down.
Okay.
So we are the
on top.
And see, all what you are seeing, that's the Chief Palace.
Here.
Yes. And we are about 300 and some people are living in this house. And the chief that we should have met, but he's not around, he's having 23 wives. Some of the brothers have 10, 15, and we the children, some of us, our senior brother having 7 wives, though some have 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. You see, the reason why here we marry more is, here we are farmers. If you marry only one person and you go to farm, the lady will suffer. So if there are 3, 4, they will help each other and then the work will go fast. That's why here we marry more. And more to the point too, see, here we don't care for money, we care for human beings. If you are a chief and you are not having a lot of human beings, they don't respect you. But if you are a chief and you have a lot of human beings, or if you are not a chief self and you have a lot of human beings, people respect you. That's why here we used to marry more.
Okay. So how many wives do you have?
I have 4.
4 wives?
4 wives.
And how many children?
Children, we don't count children.
You don't count children?
No.
Why?
But if roughly my children, they will be up to 11 plus.
11 children?
Plus.
Because
here we don't.
You don't count?
Maybe you add, make me 5.
I should add to you.
You said I told you get a husband.
Why did you say?
I told you get a husband before we go.
He wants me to have his kid. Well, me, I don't want a man who will marry more than. I just want a man for myself. So if you want to be my husband, it means I have to leave all your wives.
I will sack all of them together and then you will come. And all what you are seeing are personal shrines and tombs.
Okay.
Here traditionally, if you are a chief and you pass away, you will bury in front of your house. And this one was a chief. And over there, 1, 2, also a chief. And the middle one is the personal shrine for the chief that is alive. The one that is alive.
Oh, okay.
For the middle one. But the big one too, that one is the founder of the house.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Elder woman in this house staying here.
The eldest
woman in this house staying here.
So is it a house?
Yeah, a room. Yeah. So assume that if one of us marry a new wife, you stay with her for 2 or 3 weeks to train her how to live with us in this compound. Because here we are a lot.
Okay.
About 300 and something that are living here, and if you are a new person coming inside, maybe the things that you'll be doing and we don't like it, you can create confusion for her to be fighting. So because of those things that you used to train with the old lady before you go to your husband's room.
Okay, so is it like a room?
It's a room.
Good morning.
the stone that you are seeing, like a park and the trees is there.
On top of the hill?
Yeah, that's the shrine.
That's the shrine?
Yeah.
So if you want to get to the shrine, you have to climb all the hills?
All that place. So when you get there and you have to enter, you will take off your top
clothes.
dress, yes, and your trousers. But the way you wear is okay. But it's like trouser, you fold it to your but we will stop at the donkey cave here, just here.
For you to go?
Yeah.
So, you heard it from him. If you want to go to the shrine, it is very open for you to go. But personally, I'm not going. Gloria, are you going?
Nope.
Okay, she's not going to the shrine too. If you are going to go to the shrine, you're going to take off your clothes, your upper clothes, and you're going to, if you're in trousers, you are going to bring it to your tie. So if you're in shorts, you're only going to go with your shorts.
If you are a lady self and you are there and you have to take off and enter, whether braziers or what, bare chest.
Bare chest.
Yes.
So the priest is going to see your breast.
Because
and what I'm curious, what happens in the shrine? What happens there?
Nothing happens about the shrine there. You are tourists, you have to enter and see what is inside there. But some people too come for help.
Okay.
Any problem that you have and you come to the shrine will help you, no matter how your problem is. But the shrine doesn't do money ritual.
Okay.
The shrine will help you, like if you are doing business, and the shrine will help you in your business go up. But come and the shrine do money and give it to you that just go and put it here and then it will be plenty money, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you heard it from him. If you want to go to the shrine, it's open for you to go. Personally, I'm not going.
That's the house.
So this is the caretaker's house?
House, yeah.
The caretaker's house is really nice. Is this also a shrine?
Yeah, that's the personal shrine for the caretaker.
Oh, personal shrine.
The reason why he's here, even if he's here and then something is doing the shrine there,
he can see.
He will see and tell the chief that this and this and this and this, and then he will let it go.
Okay, so he lives here with his family?
Yeah, his family.
Oh, this is a nice hut. So this is the cotton tree, and then this is what it comes from. So this is the cotton, as you can see. It's so fluffy. This is how a cotton tree looks like. If you haven't seen one before, you get to see one today. So yeah.
That's a donkey cave.
The donkey cave?
Yeah, and all what we are seeing are donkey skulls.
Okay.
And the reason why you are seeing the skull here is like when you go to the shrine and you're having a problem and you tell the shrine that I have this problem. If you are able to solve my problem for me, I shall pay you a donkey.
Okay.
So when you tell the shrine and the shrine solve your problem for you, no matter how your problem is, your problem will solve. So when your problem is solved and you then bring the donkey for us, we also send it to the shrine. And the shrine, when we send it to the shrine and slaughter it, the shrine normally takes the blood and the liver, and we also take the flesh. After taking the meat, we bring the skull here. And you see the reason why the skull...
You eat the meat?
Yeah, we eat the meat.
Okay.
You see, donkey skull fear rain. That's why we put it here.
So apart from maize, millets, what else do the people around here do?
Bambara beans.
Yeah.
Beans, granules.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So everybody here
Soya
speaks
beans.
English?
No, not all of us.
So what language do you speak?
We speak Talisi.
Talisi?
Yes.
Oh.
We are Talisi.
Talisi people?
Yeah.
So if you speak Talisi, shout out to you. I'm in your region, I'm in your town, I'm in your city. So what is this town called?
Tengzu.
Tengzu.
Yes.
And the shrine is?
We call it Yeni.
Okay.
But some people call it Nana Tongo.
Oh, okay. Tongo.
Yeah, Nana Tongo. The Goma too call it Yaba.
Yaba. Just look at this place. So beautiful. I just took some Instagram pictures here. If you are not following me on Instagram, please do also follow me on Instagram. I got some amazing photos here. Look at the rock. The formation of the rock is so beautiful. And yeah, this is how it looks like from here. The end of this video. I came here with Gloria. Thanks to Gloria. Say hi to my channel. Hi guys. So please do well to subscribe to her channel. Show her some love. She shows amazing videos in Navrongo. In fact, the whole of the Upper East.
Even the northern region, I'll be exploring above the north, Upper East, Upper West, Northern.
So when it comes to northern video, head to her channel. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed exploring this Tongo town with you. This place is really beautiful. This is my first time seeing something this beautiful. Like, this is really beautiful. Until you come here, I hope the video do justice. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Thank you so much for the love and support. I feel pretty. And yeah, this yellow, we came with this yellow, and he's the one behind the camera. Shout out to Ben. Hi Ben. Hello. So Ben has been helping us with taking pictures of ourselves and all that. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Kisses. Mwah.
You are the latest president in town.
Well, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really? Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check with me, Perez Ezwaka. Today I'm speaking to a man who has transitioned from sports journalism to sports administration. He's doing incredibly well. He is currently the Vice President of the World Arm Wrestling Federation, the President of the African Arm Wrestling Federation, and the President of the Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation. Charles Osei Assibey is my guest on today's edition of Sports Check. And once we come back from this break, we start a conversation on arm wrestling. Welcome back from the break. Today I'm speaking to Mr. Charles Osei Assibey, the Vice President of the World Arm Wrestling Federation and the President of the African Arm Wrestling Federation. Mr. Charles, congrats.
Thank you very much.
You are the latest president in town.
Well, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
By virtue of the fact that I am the only Ghanaian who serves as Vice President on a global federation, and the fact that I'm the president for Africa Arm Wrestling Federation, I feel that I'm the most important person today in Ghana, and I expect Ghanaians to take advantage of my new community. I expect Ghanaians to appreciate that and give me that support that I need to bring glory to Ghana. I need to work to bring glory to Ghana.
Do you think people recognize what you've achieved as, I mean, you're tagging yourself as the most important Ghanaian now. Do you think people recognize what you've achieved, within this period?
Well, people do appreciate what has happened in the last few days. People do call to congratulate, but I don't think they have paid attention to the fact that I am the most important Ghanaian today. About some few days ago, an elderly person called me and drew my attention to the fact that he thinks I'm the most important Ghanaian today, and that I need that attention, I need that support, I need that guidance. But we have done this with little or no support. So we are not discouraged. We will continue to build that sports brand that has brought us this far. We would continue to give hope to people. We would continue to encourage people to play sports. This is my passion and this is me. So nothing discourages me.
But what are some of the opportunities? I mean, being the most important Ghana obviously means that there are some leverage, there are some opportunities that Ghana as a country, or even Ghanaian businesses or sports people or academics can get from your accomplishment. What are some of the opportunities that your ascension to the throne of maybe the vice president of the World Arm Wrestling Federation brings to the country?
Well, I'm sure people don't understand what networking means. If we do appreciate what networking means, then I feel this is the time people must run to President Charles Osei Assibey. The simple reason is that I have a bigger constituency today, both continental and global. I tell businessmen that you want to do business in Turkey, Russia, USA, and stuff. Unfortunately, you have no contacts. Because of my network, I should be able to link you. You want to get in touch or do some business in Cameroon, in Nigeria, in Senegal, you have no contacts. Because of my constituency, I should be able to call somebody in these countries. The other way around, people want to do business in Ghana. I'm sure I will be the link, because if people want to do oil business, banking, pharmaceutical and stuff, and they do not have contacts in this country, because I travel around, because I engage, I will become the link person. It is why I feel that people should take advantage of the new opportunities coming to Ghana by virtue of the fact that I have a new constituency, so that we can link businesses and individuals. People just don't understand what networking is. People also don't understand what sports can do. We have often said that sports is tourism, sports is business, sports creates employment. How do we connect? How do we actualize these things? And these are some of the ways to, actualize them.
We'll come to your plans for the sport, but on your personal level, what are some of the things that you have in mind to do to help the country? Basically, use your connections, use your contacts to help the country apart from sports.
As I sit here, I'm supposed to travel to about 9 countries before October. Unfortunately, there is no support. Africa Arm Wrestling has no money, so it has to come from my pocket. Ghana Arm Wrestling, there's no money. It has to come from my pocket. Why am I traveling? I need to go around and patch up differences. I need to build families. I need to build bonds. As we speak, in 2023, Ghana will be hosting the Africa Games. Arm wrestling is supposed to feature prominently. I need to travel around and be an ambassador for the sport, an ambassador for the Africa Games. It is why I have to travel, unfortunately. So Osei Assibey has brought this. Osei Assibey must do it. But personally, I feel that this is the time Osei Assibey should become an ambassador for Ghana. I mean, if you mention arm wrestling, or if we go to any global event and I am introduced as a Ghanaian. Yes. So it is important that Ghana sees it this way, so that as I move, I confidently move as an ambassador of the country, so I'll be able to connect. If there's any good thing somewhere, if I see, I'll say, look, bring it to Ghana.
Now let's come to the sports. I mean, Ghana Arm Wrestling President, Africa Arm Wrestling President, and now the world vice, you are the vice at the world level. At the world level, what are some of the things that you are going to introduce to, propel the growth of the sports at the global level?
There are 6 things I told Congress or the delegates that I would do, the reason for which they voted for me. I remember some few years ago, about 3 years ago, I started engaging the board of Africa Arm Wrestling and the general family that, look, Ghana is going to host the Africa Games. We need to push and make sure that Ghana is arm wrestling becomes part of the games. Some thought I was joking, but we did some good work. We had a quality presentation. We convinced the committee that worked on the sports code, and arm wrestling was in there. Beyond that, I had also said that we do not even have $1 in the coffers of Africa Arm Wrestling. I would push, I would fight to create content. Once I create content, it attracts more viewership or following. Yes. Once that happens, it attracts sponsorship. So we must find money. How do we find it? If we don't create content, we can't make money. So I want to create content. I have told them, currently I've zoned Africa into 5.
Okay.
So there will be competitions in all the regions. Aside the competitions in the regions, I have ordered that every country mandatorily must have a national championship. I have also said that every country before the end of the year should begin to form clubs. Once we get these things done, it will encourage participation, it will get attraction, sponsorship will come in. I've said that I'm going to look for sponsorship for Africa Arm Wrestling. I've said that I'm going to put Africa Arm Wrestling on TV. It is why it is not getting popular.
Sure.
Certain sporting disciplines have come up and they are gaining mileage on TV. Arm wrestling is easy to play. It's less expensive. The only way we can make it a sport of choice is to put it on TV. I've said that I am going to, build capacities. We will train our referees. We have something we call the training of the trainer program. We'll train our referees. We'll train our coaches to also train a number of athletes to be able to play. We want to train administrators because you reckon that my background as a marketing person and as an events person, I am able to create content. I feel that we should teach the whole of Africa how to package arm wrestling.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Charles Osei Assibey. We are going for a short break. When we come back, we are going to talk a bit more on arm wrestling as well as athletics. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez as well. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check. I'm Perez as well. Today, I'm speaking to the man who tags himself as the most important Ghanaian right now. We've delved a lot about the, world arm wrestling. We've done Africa. Now let's come to Ghana, the place where you sowed the seed and now you seem to be reaping the benefits at the global level. I have been following arm wrestling for a while now, and to be honest, I'm really, really impressed from where you took it to where it is now. What has been the motivation for you?
The motivation. So I served Ghana basketball under Peter Podogbe. I served Ghana athletics under Mr. N.A. Ajintete. I served Ghana boxing under Moses Fuamonin. I served Ghana weightlifting under Benunu Mensah. And my background was events. So it got to a point, I asked myself, how can you influence the change you always advocate for? It's not just about sitting on radio and TV and then preaching on advocacy. Sometimes you must, put your hands to it. A number of ideas came into mind, but I picked up arm wrestling. And, people can confirm that we have done some good work within the period. Gradually, we are becoming a sport of choice. Gradually, Ghanaians are loving their traditional sport. So the motivation is the fact that I wanted to influence a certain change. The motivation is the fact that I wanted people to know that, look, this is the way to go. And arm wrestling has shown the way. So I am motivated by the agenda to make things better, the agenda to set records straight, the agenda to have a benchmark. Primarily, I'm motivated by the young men and women who have decided to play the sport of arm wrestling. Sometimes it gets to a point you want to give up because you have invested so much, because it is difficult to raise money. But you look at these young men and women and, you know, you cannot leave them halfway. You need to continue to fight for them. You need to continue to push so that, you know, what they have decided to do, they would be able to, you know, they would realize their dreams of playing arm wrestling. So the motivation comes from them. The motivation also comes from trying to set standards. And I know that we have achieved what we wanted to do. People are happy playing arm wrestling, even though it doesn't bring so much into their pockets. But people are also happy that today we are serving the global body and we will be able to influence change.
You know, you spoke about the pullers, and on some of the events that I've attended, you always, at the end of the program, you know, make or announcements and appeal to the corporate world or the various government agencies to recruit some of these things. How difficult is it to manage a group of people who are heavily talented, but for some reasons do not have the job that will feed them and make sure that at least they have some life?
Well, sports is a job. Sports creates employment. That's why we feel that people must not just take advantage of them, but people must, you know, associate themselves with these sports talents. I've said that the young guys who play arm wrestling are brilliant, they are smart, they are strong, and they are fit for any job in this country. Fortunately, we coach them. We have decided to be their coaches. So apart from the jobs they do, we coach them to be able to manage their brands and to even be able to become brand ambassadors for products. And by the grace of God, a few of them have begun representing brands. A few of them have gotten some deals out of playing arm wrestling. But we're saying that corporate Ghana should employ them. Corporate Ghana, remember, if you employ them, it's an investment into arm wrestling. Because, I mean, you would have reasons for which you want to employ a puller. You would have reasons for which you want to have a relationship with an arm wrestler. What we are saying is that invest in them. Because if you invest in Ezwa and he becomes a world champion, it goes with your brand.
Sure.
If you invest in Charles Osei Assibey and Charles Osei Assibey becomes the vice president or president for Africa, it goes with your brand. That's why we're encouraging corporate Ghana, because people find it so elated to have an association. Oh, Didayu is my brother or friend, Asamoah is my friend, Joshua Clottey is my friend. That alone. Why? Because these guys have become public personalities or state icons. That's why they want to have an association. Don't wait for these guys to be super big. Otherwise, you pay more. I feel this is the time where brands and corporate Ghana can grow with my talented and strong arm wrestlers. It is important to have that association.
So if a brand wants to invest in one athlete, pick him from the bottom and take him to the world level, any idea how much it will cost such a brand?
Well, let's look at the model of Nigeria. Recently, Nigeria went to the Commonwealth Games and the whole of West Africa or Africa is praising Nigeria for, you know, the good work they have done. How did they do it? They got government and corporate institutions to manage or support individual athletes. So corporate institutions were paying between $10,000 and $20,000 a month towards the training of one athlete. I'm saying that if you want to invest in one puller, you can invest about $30,000 a year, and you would get that athlete at that level. 30,000 is good money to get the athlete to train, to get the athlete to eat the right food, to get the athlete to use the right equipment. And that athlete will get to the top and probably become a quality brand ambassador for your businesses. It is important Ghanaians consider this and invest in these athletes.
I mean, you've been doing this for years. So what has been the highlights of your quote-unquote arm wrestling career?
So normally when these young men and women go to the championship and they win medals, it makes me happy. But the biggest today are just two. One, fighting to make arm wrestling a sports code for the Africa Games, for me, is the biggest highlights. Arm wrestling is now part of the Africa Games. And so long as I continue to be the president for the Arm Wrestling Federation of Africa, we would work hard to maintain our status as part of the Africa Games. The second, people may think, but that is personal. The fact that I have become the president for Africa and the vice president of the world. But frankly, the fact that we're playing in the Africa Games is the biggest highlight since I started doing arm wrestling.
And what has been the most challenging? The day that you were like, I want to give up.
Oh, it's happened severally. When you need money to get things done and you're unable to raise resources, sometimes you want to give up. But at this point, where I have gotten to, the pullers in Ghana and Africa are my priority. If I give up, the future and the hope of a number of athletes is dashed or dwindled. So I have no option but to hold on to this and work harder than what I have done in the past.
Now, we're going to talk a bit of athletics. We've done a lot of arm wrestling now. He's the second vice president of the Ghana Athletics Association. We went for the Commonwealth Games with over 100 athletes and we came back with 5 medals. What do you make of our performance in Birmingham?
Well, our performance is as a result of what we invested. I often say that if you invest X, you won't get Y, you will get X.
Sure.
So, because we didn't pay attention to the Commonwealth Games, just as we've done to previous international games, we didn't get what other countries were able to achieve. But personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved.
Wow.
And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation. I feel that we have overachieved based on what we invested. Commonwealth Games performance, I don't expect anybody to condemn any athlete or any federation. We have overachieved.
I've always heard the view that you guys at the Ghana Athletics Association are either misunderstood or you don't tell your story now, because we now celebrate the likes of Azamati, Joe Paul, and other, but a lot of the work to get these guys to the other parts of the world where they are now, say, global stars, were done by the GAA. What's the problem? Is it that you don't communicate well to the public, or?
It is time that we invest in other sporting disciplines, because football is not sports. I do not see any sportsman in Ghana today who does so well than Azamati, Joe Paul Amwa, or Deborah Aqua. I stand for correction, but not even a footballer. Nobody. as far as performance is concerned. Because these guys meet all the best guys globally and they are able to match them.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
You mentioned...
If we go to Commonwealth Games and Joe Paul Amoah wins bronze with all the top athletes within the Commonwealth nations, you don't think he stands taller than all the footballers we mentioned their names in this country? If Deborah Aqua wins bronze at the Commonwealth level, you don't think she should better be taken care of than, you know, all these sports personalities we talk about? It's just unfortunate. Maybe some quality packaging should be done. Maybe Ghanaians must have a different orientation. Sports is not football. We create the impression that if you don't play football, then you cannot do sports. Please, the mother of all sports is athletics. And I feel that it is important people begin to pay attention to athletics, boxing, badminton, tennis, table tennis, taekwondo, and all. Because these sporting disciplines we do not respect are the same disciplines that win medals for Ghana during international competitions. Because Usain Bolt, Manny Pacquiao, or even Anthony Joshua in boxing, Serena Williams in tennis, Michael Phelps in swimming, their net worth alone is so huge.
Sure.
And I say that if we understand that sports is business, we will invest in athletes so that we'll be able to get the likes of Usain Bolt, Manny Pacquiao, and the rest in this country. Because if they want to keep their net worth in Ghana here, we will not run to IMF for loans. Usain Bolt is net worth over 300 million. Serena Williams over $400 million. Name them. Tiger Woods and the rest. Assuming we have such personalities in Ghana, we will not run to IMF for loans. So I want to challenge the businessmen in this country. I want to challenge government. Invest in sports. Invest in sports athletes. Invest in sports equipment. And we will reap big.
Sure.
The sports economy can be equal to or bigger than any other sector of the economy. Look at what football can do. Assuming Ghana decides to host Africa Cup of Nations, you have no idea the boost this will bring to the economy. Assuming Ghana decides to host World Athletics Championship or World Arm Wrestling Championship, you have no idea. Tourism. Because remember, if we are hosting World Championship, the airline business will be boosted. In fact, transport business. It includes airline and normal transport, ground transport, hotels, people who deal in replica stuff.
Tourism.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
Why can't we consider these things?
On that sporting note, let's veer into a part that we are going to the World Cup in Qatar. We missed out on the 2018 edition. We are back now. What do you make of our chances? I mean, vis-a-vis all the players we have and all the issues at the Black Stars.
I just wish Black Stars well. I pray they're able to perform. If they're unable to perform, I won't begrudge them. I have said that we had no business pressing the panic button. What we need to do, and I repeat, what we need to do, we should begin a team building process. It's not, we shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. The performance has dwindled. It is a time for us to rebuild another generation of the Black Stars. The current generation is over-pampered. The current generation have nothing to offer, but there are a few young guys in the team.
Do you think
let's keep the squad and give them matches. Let's give them time. Even if they go to the World Cup and they don't perform, we know that it's a work in progress.
Do you think the solution to the problems you listed lies in, bringing guys from abroad, Ghanaians born abroad, and integrating them into the team?
Well, it's a continental or it's a global platform. And what is important is that we don't go to the global platform to disgrace ourselves. Assuming we don't have these guys, then we would have made do with what we have. But once you're going to the global platform and you're investing so much, I mean, I see nothing wrong if Perez in Norway, with Norwegian or Ghanaian parents, can play better than Charles Osei Assibey, who was involved in the qualifiers. I see nothing wrong. The most important thing is the impression out there. So any quality Ghanaian player anywhere who can give us that A performance, emphasis on A performance, I see nothing wrong if such a person is invited or decides to switch nationality. But we must understand that it is work in progress. We should begin to build a new team.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Charles Osei Assibey. We have been speaking to the president of the African Arm Wrestling Federation, the vice president of the World Arm Wrestling Federation, and the president of the Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation, Mr. Charles Osei Assibey, a renowned journalist, one who created the path and led the road for some of us. He's been our guest. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakal. So come away with another edition. Japon.
Charlie, I hope you're doing amazing. Still in the Upper East region, currently at a place called Sirigu Pottery and Art. And one interesting thing about this place is the fact that this art, every pattern has its meaning. So we are here to see what they have. I hear they have amazing art, and it's one of the popular tourist attraction places to see in the Upper East. So I'm here to see it for myself, and you guys are coming along with me. So let's go, let's explore the town. I mean, this is one of the things you should see when you're in the Upper East region. So let's go. You know me, I always take you along. So come, let's go.
My name is Samson, well the guy, and this is SOPA, and the word SOPA stands for Sirigu Women's Organization for Pottery and Art, and this place was founded in the year 1997 by a native from this community by name Mama Mileni Kasisi. She's the founder of the place, and because they benefited a lot from pottery, because her mother was a potter. But then those who were doing the pottery, there were not many. And mostly they were doing it to feed the families. But the founders was doing it also to sell so as they can gather some money to cater for her daughter to go to school. And really she was able to make it. She was able to cater for her to go to school. So once she complete, she became a teacher. So she taught for some years, then she retired. So once she retired, she also became a manager of all the Catholic schools in the region. And later, she came back into the community where she benefited from. So once they came back, she then organized a few women who were doing the pottery by then. And this was the first building. This was the first building here. So they were meeting here all the time, sharing ideas on how to continue doing the pottery, also how to bring the youth, so they can also train them. The three colors. The black stands for dignity, the red one, danger, then the white one, pure. Yeah. Our former secretary, Mr. Kofi Annan, late. He was here in 2002. So we put a statue there to remember him. And the painting you see on it. Always we have this type on top, which stands for leadership. Leadership. Followed by this one. This is a local woven net.
Okay.
For storing calabashes. There's one inside with the calabash. Then we have this one, which stands for broken calabash. This side down here. Broken calabash.
So does it have a meaning, like broken calabash?
So the broken calabash, the women those are doing the pottery. Without the broken piece of the calabash, they can't do a pottery. It's a tool they use for shaping it, also for smoothing.
Okay.
Yeah. Then this one, that one stands for togetherness.
So, have you noticed this? This is the original color, and to acquire this color, it has to be dyed. So these women are dyeing some. This color looks, is it green or blue?
It's blue.
Blue. How long does it take to dye?
It may take 30 minutes or 45 minutes
to dye.
Unity. Then the one down there, this one we call it a museum vaka.
What does it mean?
A museum is someone's name.
Apart from touring the place, what makes it very interesting is the fact that you get to do pottery with the women, you get to do basketry with the women. So I encourage you, we didn't call him initially, so he's trying to get the women so that we could do some pottery. If you are coming here, I encourage you to call them in advance so that they can arrange the basketry for you. So yeah, this place is beautiful, and the fact that the patterns mean unity, this is there's one mean togetherness. This is very unique. It's very unique, especially unique in the Upper East region. So let's go to the top. Let's see what they have there. This is how the room looks like. This room goes for 100 cedis. It comes with a TV, a small TV, an AC, and let's see the washroom. It's a very small. So we are currently entering the art gallery. These are some of the pots. And we are hopefully going to make one of these, something cute. This is really nice. I like the colors. much is this? 18 cedis. Oh, this is 18 cedis. This big bag is 60 cedis. And yeah. And this is 35 cedis. This is how it looks like. Don't I look cute with this bag? Very nice. And this costs 100 Ghana cedis. I'm contemplating if I should get it or not. Yeah. Let me know in the comment section if it's something you buy. And I think 100 cedis is really cheap. It's really cheap. I will not say it because in Accra it's so expensive. It's very cheap here. It's 100 Ghana cedis. They have the small bags. Some go for 50, 60, 70, as low as 35 you get some.
So this is the clay powder. And this the old pot.
The old broken pots?
Yes.
Okay. We're about to start making our own pots, and I'm super excited. And Gloria and I are about to start. So she's currently mixing the clay and the water, as you can see. So she made me wet my hands first. It cost us 40 Ghana cedis to have this pottery experience. So I happen to. Mine doesn't look nice, so she's coming to help clean it up for me. Yeah.
Let it become longer now. This is breaking. Mr. Man, this is your advice that you gave me.
Whoa! Now it looks much better. So at this point, I am smoothing the back of my pot, and this is how it looks like so far. Please let me know in the comment section if I'm doing amazing, because I feel I'm doing amazing. So Auntie is helping me now, so my pot can look just like hers. Hers is really looking neatly done. And this is how it's going. So this is the end product of our pots. This is how it looks like. Unfortunately, we can't take the pots because if we dry them, they are going to get broken and spoiled. They need to burn them under hot fire, so we're going to leave them. Next time when she comes in, she's going to get them for us. Yes, so that's just it with making of the pot. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here at the Sirigu Pots and Art. Yeah, until next time on my next video from the Upper East region, I want to say thank you so much for the love and support. I love you all. Until next time on my next video, let me know what you think about this video. Did you find it educative? Did you find it fun? Did you find it exciting? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time, I want to say I love you all as always. You're my favorite person. Mwah. So I got a souvenir from the Sirigu. This is how it looks like. Yay! I really like it. It's a flower vase, and I'm going to keep this forever. Yes, love from the Upper East region. So yeah, we are going. This is the car we came with. It's cost us 150 cedis in and out, and yeah, our driver has been so helpful. Hi darling. Yeah. In case you want to come to the Upper East, just let Stella or I know. We'll link you up with him and he will tour you around. Yeah. So if you need a driver, whenever you're in the Upper East region, we got you sorted. So yeah, you're leaving. Woo! This is the Upper East region. Woo!
Nkommo Wo is the biggest festival among the Gans, celebrated annually between the month of August and September. The phrase Nkommo Wo emanates from two Gan words, Homo, which means hunger, and Wo, which means to hoot at. Together, the word means hooting at hunger. The festival is commemorated to mark the victory of the Gan people over hunger they experienced during their migration. During the celebration, there is great display of Gan heritage and culture, and the festival attracts people from all walks of life. Whereas the Nkommo Wo festival is generally celebrated on different days by the various Gan groups, there are pre-celebrating activities prior to the major event, which is marked on Saturday. This year's festival began with the Gan Mashi people who marked the Sobi celebration on Thursday in honor of all Gan Thursday bonds. Thursday bonds on this day carry foodstuff in a procession amidst singing while they march to the palace of the Gan Manche Ni Takite Kochu II. Friday began with the Twin Festival. This is marked on the Friday before Nkommo Wo in honor of all twins. It is believed that the rituals performed during this ceremony not only honor the spirits of the twins, but imbues into them confidence to attain self-fulfillment and psychological peace. The Yam Festival begins early on Friday morning in all the respective compounds where twins are residing. Traditionally, the Nai Wolomo is the first to prepare the concoction before the various houses where twins reside can take their turns. After this, the elderly people in every household prepare the concoctions for their households. A tuber of yam is cut into small pieces and placed into a pan with some herbs and seawater. They are mixed with schnapps and eggs, and in some cases colon, to help give a good smell. The concoction is believed to induce fertility, and eggs are used because they symbolize fertility in the Ga culture. Prayers are recited.
Dumashi.
te kenya me akweto.
Mbala kalaba.
Ba fi e she.
Mo no ke da machi.
Kwa nya wa wo anyo. Nya ka ye. Nya go ashikanya wo. Wasa okay kula nya he. Okay kula he. Okay kula wo ko na.
After this, 2 white fowls are slaughtered, one after the other, and each slaughtered fowl is thrown backwards, and the manner in which the fowl falls is significant. At least one of the fowls is supposed to fall on their backs. If both fowls fall on their bellies, it is a sign of bad omen. This is done upon an appeal to the gods to forgive them of their shortcomings. The water is used to purify the twins or is smeared on some parts of their bodies. After this, any other person who may want twins or goodwill proclaims what they want and do, and some of the water is used to purify them.
Not everyone has the privilege of having twins, so when God gives you twins, He has graced you, and so you have to take good care of them. This is why we perform these rituals every year. The Twin Festival is now more enjoyable. Participation wasn't that great before, but now we celebrate it more than the Nkommo Wo Ho. People come from far to experience it. The church has been lying to us, and since we are very few, once someone becomes convinced, the others also stop.
When you have visitors during the period, you ask them what they prefer to eat, and then you prepare it for them. Twins are seen as animals who fight in the womb. So once they come out of the womb and they are performing purification rituals for them, they put the horns of the sheep sacrificed aside, and it is cleansed every year when they bath them. Also, with the concoction prepared, people say their wishes over the monies they donate and then put it in the bowl. It is believed that by the following year, what you asked for should have come to pass.
The Twin Festival will continue. We won't stop today, we won't stop tomorrow. It is also humans who wrote the Bible and introduced Christianity to us.
The various families make merry in their homes with feasting following this. The twins, their parents, and all other relatives all dress in white clothes later and parade the town to show their joy. During the procession, young twins who cannot participate are carried on the shoulders of older family members. The remnants of the concoction are taken to a spiritual house near Agboboloshi, where the content is emptied.
Since the beginning of the Ghana people, it is one of the major activities or tradition and culture of the Ghana people, and also it helps maintain and stabilize the twins when they are giving birth to, and also it is also one of the major factor in the life of the twins that they bring good omen, and then they bring very good and then blessings to the family. So this thing serves as appreciation to them, and then a year of request, because when these herbs are put together, people that comes to bath with it with their request, that subsequent years it manifests, and then they comes to give thanks.
Saturday is the main ceremony and is usually patronized by many. The occasion is characterized by pomp and pageantry. On this day, sprinkling of food is done by the chiefs of the Ga land. This is done to hoot at hunger and also to bless the gods for abundant food. For the Gamashi Homo Wo, the Gbese Manche is tasked with sprinkling the Kpokpoi. Kpokpoi is prepared primarily with steamed fermented corn, palm nut soup, and smoked fish. The corn is pounded, mixed with the palm nut soup, and mashed with the smoked fish. After this, the Gbese Manche Miai Bonte II parades through the streets and every royal home and sprinkles the Kpokpoi. He is followed by sub-chiefs from different Ga areas and residents of the area amidst dancing and drumming. British High Commissioner to Ghana, who participated in the 2022 Homo Wo and was crowned Development Queen of Bese, expressed excitement about the colorful occasion. Harriet Thompson, who now bears the stool name Na Okaicho Mlami I, Bese Noya Manye, had this to say.
So it's been a real honor to be part of the Nkommo Wo Festival today. I'm privileged to have been installed as a Queen Mother for the Bese Kingdom. So it's in that capacity that I'm taking part today. And the theme of today, celebrating the end of a period of hunger, it reminds us to think back about what's happened to people who've gone before us, the values and the traditions that we still must respect today, but also the joy of the end of that period of hunger and the determination that we still have now to work together to ensure that people don't go hungry in the future.
The Gbese Manche rounds up his procession at the Ga Manche's palace, where he reports to the Ga Manche Ni Takite Kochuru II that his work is done.
I was the one who went to sprinkle the Kpokpoi first because I am the leader and I have made them aware that I have finished, and so it paves the way for any other chief to do same. Today's celebration has been different from all others. Today the crowd was massive. There was unity and love. God bless everyone who came to participate and those who couldn't. This year's has been special. There was no violence. We should be merry, but not to the extent of being drunk and causing mayhem. I ask for life. Gbese is moving forward. We are not coming backwards. So anything that will disrupt the peace, I will step in myself. All Gbese people should come and help with the peace and development of Gbese. Gbese belongs to all of us, so we will mend any broken bridges. The same way I went ahead to sprinkle the kpokpoe, I'm the first to speak so that those who couldn't come can also see that peace prevails.
Other residents and leaders in the community also expressed their thoughts about the occasion.
The Gbese Palace and area has become beautiful. It wasn't always like this, but this year it has been revamped. We are celebrating in peace. We have no issues with anyone and vice versa. We urge all to cooperate and we hope that it goes on the same way, so we will all live in peace.
Blessings upon Gbese Manche. If the Gbese Manche stands, Gamashi stands. It is important that he gathers all the small towns for unity. The smaller towns make the stool great, and if all the others stand, the stool will also stand. And the youth will get profitable work to do after school. All these are important to him, and it is his desire that is happening. He is bigger than all of us, and we ask God to guide him.
We greet all chiefs. We pray this year bring us good tidings. If there's a hole in a tree, every animal can enter. But if there's no hole, Gbese stands. So if the Gbese Manche says he's bringing together all the villages and small towns for peace and unity to prevail, and for wrongs to be made right, so that we can celebrate bigger next year, I ask for life for all 7 houses in Gbese.
After this, any other sub-chief has the permission to sprinkle the kpokpoe in their respective areas.
International Youth Day Celebration 2022. The Chief Executive here is coming to talk about specifically the International Youth Day Celebration, and if you have any questions concerning the operations of the National Youth Authority, he will be available to take your questions. But before I yield the podium to him, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this morning. We have with us the Director of HR at the National Youth Authority, Mr. Eko Eshen. Mr. Eshen, we acknowledge you if you are here. We have the Director of Program, Mr. Archibald Donko Jr. We also have the Director of Education and Training, Mr. Ernest Amuakon. Thanks for coming, sir. We have the Director of Administration, Mr. Emmanuel Anaman Mensah. Also, we have the Deputy CEO of NYA, responsible for operations and programs, and my brother, Mr. Nelson Osu-Ansah. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the former Deputy Minister for Information, now CEO of the National Youth Authority, my predecessor and my very good friend, Honorable Pius Enam Hajide. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this morning. I will now yield the podium to Honorable Pius Enam Hajide to give us his opening remarks. Then we'll come to you for your questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, my dear sister and friend, the Deputy Chief Executive at the National Youth Authority in charge of operations and program, my brother and friend, Mr. Nelson Osu-Ansah, the management and staff of the Ministry of Information, the management and staff of the National Youth Authority, the gallant youth of Ghana, our cherished media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the governing board, management and staff of the National Youth Authority, I want to first of all thank our colleagues at the Ministry of Information for hosting this press briefing, and I want to extend my warm greetings to you, our dear friends of the media who are here with us today as we break communications on the upcoming International Youth Day celebrations and outline activities that are being rolled out to commemorate the day. I would like to begin by saluting the gallant youth of our dear country and to rally them around the Ghanaian flag and the national developmental agenda of our government by rededicating ourselves to the words of our youth anthem, "Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. We are all involved in building our motherland." Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may already be aware, the National Youth Authority is the successor of the erstwhile National Youth Council, which was established in 1974 by NRC Decree 241. Having endured a period of metamorphosis after its inception, at some time the National Youth Organizing Commission, then the Democratic Youth League of Ghana, the National Youth Authority Act 2016, Act 939, consolidated the institutional knowledge acquired through the various stages of the authority's evolution and reformulated same as the statutory agency with the mandate to coordinate and facilitate youth empowerment and development activities in Ghana and to develop a dynamic, disciplined youth imbued with the spirit of nationalism, patriotism, and the sense of propriety and civic responsibility, and to provide for related matters. Distinguished colleagues in the media, upon the recommendation of the World Conference of Youth Ministers, the 54th Ordinary Session of the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 54/120 to set aside August 12th as the International Day of the Youth, in recognition of the enormous contributions of the youth to community and national development. The International Day of the Youth invites us to reflect on the conditions of the youth globally and provides the opportunity for us to adopt concrete strategies to amplify and mainstream the voices, actions, and initiatives of the youth and to acknowledge and celebrate their meaningful, universal, and equitable engagement in the various spheres of global life. Distinguished guests, the final Sustainable Development Goal, Goal 17, recognizes that the realization of the Agenda 2020 hinges on various sectors and actors working hand in hand and sharing their financial resources, knowledge, and expertise. The theme for this year's commemoration, Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages, highlights the need to foster solidarity across generations in the pursuit of building the future we want and raises awareness to the barriers which hamper intergenerational solidarity and impede the creation of an age-inclusive world where no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has constantly commemorated the International Day of the Youth in years past, with the National Youth Authority and its mother ministry, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, organizing activities to memorialize the day and draw attention to not only the challenges and aspirations of the youth of our country, but also to amplify the creative solutions being formulated to deal with the challenges, whilst at the same time highlighting the opportunities therein for the youth. Friends in the media, the government of Ghana, through the National Youth Authority and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, will participate in this year's global celebration of the youth in a remarkable manner in our country. To that end, a series of activities have been put together, and we are here today in the spirit of accountability and involvement to break communications on these activities as we perform this media launch. We are hereby announcing for the information of the entire country, and we do put the youth of Ghana on notice, that Ghana will commemorate this year's International Day of the Youth from the 10th to the 12th of August at the Anakazo Bible and Ministry Training Center at Ekwapim Mampong in the central region, in the eastern region, sorry. I'll take it again. We hereby announce for the information of the entire country, and we do put the youth of Ghana particularly on notice, that Ghana will commemorate this year's International Day of the Youth from the 10th to the 12th of August at the Anakazo Bible and Ministry Training Center at Ekwapim Mampong in the Eastern Region, under the auspices and distinguished patronage of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We take this opportunity to ask for the active involvement and support of all the youth of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, some key highlights of this year's International Youth Day celebrations include: 1. The maiden National Youth Conference. The National Youth Authority is enjoined by Section 3, Subsection D of the National Youth Authority Act to organize annual youth conferences at the national, regional, and district levels with the objective to bring young people from different parts of the country together to promote friendship and cooperation through the exchange of ideas and to create platforms for the youth to discuss contemporary issues affecting their lives and to increase youth participation in responding to socio-economic issues in society. In fulfillment of this statutory requirement, the National Youth Authority shall, for the first time since the passage of Act 939 in 2016, organize a National Youth Conference. Representation is national and non-partisan, with each district sending delegates. Youth groups and special interest groups have also been accredited to send delegates. A total of about 2,000 young Ghanaians with diverse backgrounds and drawn from youth NGOs and CSOs, young journalists, students and student leaders, young entrepreneurs, young parliamentarians, ministers, MMDCs and other duty bearers, youth wings of registered political parties, young women's networks, young persons with disabilities, etc., etc., shall gather under one roof to interact and plan together towards national development. National Youth Policy launch. A national youth policy primarily aims at ensuring a comprehensive framework and direction for all stakeholders involved in the implementation of policies, programs, and projects for youth development. The National Youth Authority and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, after extensive consultations, have reviewed the 2010 Youth Policy. This policy document received Cabinet approval recently and will be launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, during the celebrations of the International Youth Day. A framework to track implementation and monitor progress has also been developed. We seize this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Usif, for his leadership in this regard. 3. National Youth Policy Dissemination Forum. The aim of this activity is to sensitize and inform stakeholders about the thematic areas of the National Youth Policy and the implementation plan to ensure their understanding and to also create awareness and to enhance stakeholders' ownership of the policy document. 4. Conferment of the Star of the Youth of Ghana Award on H.E. Akufo-Addo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is said that a country that does not recognize and honor its heroes and heroines is not worth dying for. Historically, the young people of Ghana have faced challenges and inhibitions which successive governments and presidents have rolled out programs and interventions in an attempt to address to varying degrees of success. We recognize that under his leadership, President Akufo-Addo has initiated a comprehensive agenda to elevate the stature of the youth in the crucial sectors of education and employment, to wit, the free SHS policy has removed the financial inhibition to secondary education, drastically reducing the rate of qualified JHS leavers who have been placed in an SHS but have failed to enroll from over 1 in 4 children to about 1 in 10 children currently. The guarantor-free policy is further increasing access to tertiary education for the youth. Beyond education, the industrialization agenda, as seen through policies such as the 1D, 1F, and the sustained investments in TVET and entrepreneurial spirits of the Ghanaian youth, is grooming a new class of young Ghanaians as job owners and creators as opposed to job seekers. The Youth Start initiative, which seeks to inject some 10 billion Ghana cedis into the youth of Ghana within the next 3 years, for instance, will create an estimated 1 million jobs. The bold decision to construct 16 regional youth resource centers, 10 of which are currently under construction, is also worthy of note. Beyond these programs and intervention, President Akufo-Addo has also brought a fresh impetus of young brains into his cabinet and around the decision-making table. Because as we say these days, nothing for youth without the youth. The Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, the Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General, Godfred Dami, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Francis Asesu-Boachi, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu-Jinapo, the Honorable Minister for the Western North Region, Richard Jojo Obeng, through to Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives, including, for instance, the Honorable District Chief Executive of Amansia South, District of the Asante Region, Clement Kwame Opoku Jemfi. In recognition of his exemplary leadership and the enormous and numerous interventions, really and truly unprecedented, that create a conducive atmosphere for the youth to develop and thrive, the youth of Ghana, acting through their youth authority, will use the occasion of the International Youth Day celebration to honor His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and to confer on him the Star of the Youth of Ghana Award. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the National Youth Authority, as the apex body for youth development in Ghana, with strong support from the government and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, will continue to take up the challenge of affecting policy in the areas of job creation, entrepreneurship, education, and the like for the betterment of the youth of this country. We will endeavor to keep hope alive within the youth development space of our country. Happy International Youth Day in advance. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Hajide, thank you for the insightful presentation. I mean, the podium is always yours. This is your home. So I was so sure that you give a very beautiful presentation and you never disappointed. So thank you so much once again. But before I invite questions, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us. We have my boss, Mrs. Patricia Dovi-Sampson. She's the director of FNA. You know, the F is very important, so I said my boss at the Ministry of Information. We also have Mrs. Akosia Asab Menu, Deputy CEO in charge of Finance and Administration. F again at the National Youth Authority. I would like to acknowledge them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to you for your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. And once again, to remind you that if you would like to participate in any of the programs, the Maiden National Youth Conference, the launch of the National Youth Policy Framework, or any other programs that the CEO has outlined this morning, you can reach out to the National Youth Authority at admin@nya.gov.gh or go to their office at the Azuma Nelson Sports Complex at Kaneshi for further inquiries. Okay. Also, you can reach out to the National Youth Authority on their various social media platforms, on Facebook, National Youth Authority, on Twitter, NYA Official GH, Instagram, National Youth Authority Official, on TikTok, National Youth Authority GH, and on their website, www.nya.gov.gh. On YouTube, they are NYA Official. So for further inquiries, you can reach out to the authority on any of the social media platforms, or you can email them or go to their office. So on that note, I would like to invite you to ask your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. Okay, Sarah. I take that to be the only question if we don't see any hands.
My name is Sarah Apenkro from TV3. Mr. CEO, please, when you were mentioning, we all know that youth unemployment, like you mentioned, has been the major problem. And we also know that a number of fairs have been held, employment fairs. I want to find out if you can furnish us with the number of people who have, the youth who have been employed out of these fairs, and what the monitoring had been from the ministry, their training programs and all. Thank you.
Sarah, please, before he comes in, I think those issues are related to the the Youth Employment Agency under the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. And they do a lot of, NYA does a lot of advocacy for the youth and other related matters. He may want to take it, so I don't know, but I just wanted to put the question in context.
I want to find out if he's privy to the number of youth who may have been employed from these job fairs that have been held and their status in the country.
And once again, the job fairs were done by the Youth Employment Agency, not the National Youth Authority. I don't know if they.
So then that means he's not privy to any information with respect to that.
He may have an opinion, but because they are not the implementing agency, I wanted to put that in context so that it doesn't appear as if he implemented that aspect of government policy but does not have information on it. Okay, Nana.
Yes, good morning, Honorable. You are back home. We learned that some youth training centers were calling for rehabilitation and the new one to be set up. What is the status of the youth centers so far? Have you rehabilitated them? Are you putting up new ones or what? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I want to find out the resource centers that are under construction and some that have been really constructed. What's the maintenance plan? Because we know that half of the time these things are, put out really well, but we don't really have a plan to maintain them and they go to rot. So I want to find out if there's any plan or share the plan with us how the resource centers are going to be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please, if anyone has a question. Okay, I take that to be the last question. So we will go to Honorable Pius Ajide for his responses and his closing remarks as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would like to begin from the last question and move upstairs. But before I do that, Honorable Minister, please indulge me to also acknowledge the leadership of the various political parties, the youth wing of the various political parties, that in solidarity with the National Youth Authority and the youth of the country have joined us today at this media lunch and press engagement. I do see several national youth organizers of political parties here with us. That should indicate to us as young people that we are ready and willing to engage and to involve youth from diverse backgrounds, all spheres of life, without any recourse to their politics or any other considerations, be it religious, political, or even your economic backgrounds. So we thank you for coming, and we look forward to more and more engagements of such. Let me also use the opportunity to confirm that indeed it is true that His Excellency the President's instruction to us is to ensure the construction of 16 regional youth resource centers as safe spaces for youth congregation. We also do notice that because the youth are not just the major participants, but they are also the beneficiaries of sports. Our youth resource centers are also sports heavy. So in our youth resource centers, you will find FIFA standard football playing field. You will find 4 stands with the capacity to seat over 5,000 spectators. You will find multi-purpose courts that can do several disciplines such as volleyball, netball, basketball, and so on. You will also find in our resource centers counseling centers to deal with issues such as, for instance, teenage pregnancy, drug abuse, and so on. You will find those counseling centers in there. You will find also ICT centers and libraries for use by young people. So in the vision of His Excellency the President, there's a need for the creation of safe spaces for congregation of the youth of the country, and that is what has underpinned the construction of the 16 regional youth resource centers, 10 of which are under construction currently. 10 are currently under construction. We are hopeful that by the end of this year, 5 out of the 10, and by the 5, I am referring to the youth resource centers at Koforidia, at Dunkwa Onofin, at Doma, at Axim, and at Wa. These 5 resource centers, we are hopeful that by the end of the year, they would be completed and handed over to the National Youth Authority for the use by the youth. On the question of the maintenance, I believe that this is a conversation that we all have to have and encourage us to develop the culture to maintain facilities that are constructed at great cost to the state. However, from us and in acting with directions we have received from the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports and the Governing Board of the National Youth Authority, we have developed a maintenance and management manual for all of our facilities that are under construction. My colleague can pass by the office at his leisure time. I would be too pleased to share the information with him, but let me assure him and the people of Ghana that there is a management and maintenance manual that we have developed with a view to be able to maintain the facilities which will be under the general management of the National Youth Authority. The National Youth Authority over the years has operated the Youth Skills and Leadership Training Institutes. My colleague asked a question about rehabilitation of many of our centers. I think that he may be referring to the leadership institutes, for instance, the one at Afienya, we have one at Takrasi, we have one at Avenopeme. There are 11 of them across Ghana. If that is what my brother is speaking to, let me also use the opportunity to inform that in keeping with the pre-tertiary bill which was passed recently in the vision of His Excellency the President to refocus attention on technical and vocational education, a move that the National Youth Authority is proud of and we support heavily, because we are clear in our minds that one of the critical ways to deal with the issue of youth unemployment is through technical and vocational education. And the attempt by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and the NPP administration to refocus attention on TVET is in the right direction, and we support that. In that regard, all facilities, institutions, and centers that were offering some form of technical and vocational education have now been consolidated under the Technical Vocational Education TVET Service Agency, which is an agency under the Ministry of Education. 10 out of the 11 resource centers or the institutes, the Leadership and Skills Training Institutes that otherwise were managed by the National Youth Authority, has therefore, in keeping with the pre-tertiary bill, been transferred to the TVET service. And the National Youth Authority continues to maintain, manage, and own the institute at Afienya, which the board has given approval for us to change into a youth center of excellence to focus on youth development work and to deal with related matters. So the rehabilitation of our institutes is now under the mandate of the TVET service. But before then, extensive rehabilitation works had been sponsored and done by the National Youth Authority, and many of our institutes were in great shape at the time that the TVET service took over. We hope and pray, and we are confident that the TVET service will continue in the stead of the National Youth Authority and continue to focus heavily on renovation and maintenance of those institutes. Honorable Deputy Minister is right. The job fairs were the product of the sister agency, the Youth Employment Agency. But because the National Youth Authority sits on the board of the YEA, and because the board gave approval for these job fairs, we do know that these job fairs have yielded great results. There has been interest. In fact, I can report that there are many agencies that have reported to us that out of the job fairs that were organized by the Youth Employment Agency, many recruitments have been done. There are many other modules that the YEA is rolling out. What we have done and will continue to do at the National Youth Authority is to now play our role of coordinating, because, like I said, the National Youth Authority is the apex body responsible for the holistic development of the youth. But youth development is cross-cutting. There are the issues of youth job creation, there are the issues of education, there are the issues of health. So at the National Youth Authority, we play the coordinating role and operate from the top, having a bird's eye view of all the operations of all the agencies and ministries involved in the ecosystem. What we have done and will continue to do is to organize the meetings, the coordination meetings, so that we can harmonize not only the operations, we can also get feedback on the concerns as has been raised by my dear friend from TV3. The National Youth Authority, in that spirit, therefore, will look for the information relative to the numbers, which I do not have at the moment. But because we are a coordinating unit, we do make pledge to you that we can reach out to the YEA and get in specific terms the numbers that have been recruited as a fallout of the various job fairs that they have organized. But generally speaking, those job fairs have been a success, and we commend the YEA for the foresight and for what they continue to do for the youth of this country. I thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any follow-up questions, this brings us to the end of today's press briefing. I would like to thank you for making time to join us this morning, and pray that you spread the word and remind the young people of Ghana that between 10 to 12 of August 2022, the National Youth Conference, the maiden edition, will come off at Anakazo, at Mampong, Equiapim in the Eastern region, and they are all invited. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have any inquiries, reach out to the NYA at their offices or any of their social media platforms or on the NYA website. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
To be mentored or tutored by one of the greatest minds in engineering in Africa, we're all bound to make some mistakes. And that's what the story of our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV will teach us. The story of Fiavi Kweku Mauto is one that would inspire you. Also, here is a catch. This young man, beyond all his creativity, learnt none of this from the classroom. A naturally born creative. Welcome once again to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Let's bring you all of the details right after this. Born an Ewe, Promise starts off his story by telling us how it is that he was raised as an Asante.
My name is Fiavi Kweku Mauto. Other people call me Promise based on how I was born. So basically my dad is an Ewe. By blood I'm an Ewe, but I was raised by an Asante man. So I was being adopted into the Asante family. So my dad and my mom are alive. I have 6 siblings. They are all alive. So we were all living in Accra. I was born in Nansuma, DC. So my youngest brother, that was our last born, that is Kwame Safo. Because of him, I'm here today.
To be named Promise was not just mere coincidence or chance, and he shares the fine details.
When my parents was about to give birth to me, there was a prophecy. Nkommo Wo Ho. That is why I'm called Promise. So after I was giving birth, the man asked them to bring me to him when I'm old enough. So after I completed JSS, they brought me here, and I couldn't continue schooling because the man saw something in me and he wanted to grow me up.
But very soon in his life, he learned the hard way on giving up on certain dreams to be able to achieve other greater ones.
Initially, I wanted to be a footballer. I love football so much, so I wanted to be a footballer. But when I came, he was like, no, that is not my path. I need to focus on what is in me. So when I came, I was fixed to a certain portion into the company, that is the pattern making department. What we do is we produce any given artifact that is being given to us, which is being forwarded for foundry, that is casting. So basically I was taught how to manipulate or duplicate any given artifact, and that will be forward for casting.
Doing art for the last 12 years, Promise says his biggest trick has been learning the skill of being observant rather than being engulfed in a lot of youthful exuberances.
It's been 12 years now since I've been here, and it's all about work. Because of that, I was taught how to observe things, not to get involved in any activities, that is parties, friendship, so many things. What I do is focus on the work, what I can do for myself, and what is given to me, how I can grow on it and then inspire the world. So through there, I realized I have this strong ability. I have this strong imaginative ability. Whatever I set my eyes on, or whatever I picture, I can then bring to reality. So from there, I began to sculpt things out. So whatever I get, any material that I find, I just try to do something with it, create something with it, whatever is inside here. So that is what I've been doing.
He lost friends because work became his only friend. But he admits this also allowed him to explore a lot of his creativity.
At first, I was really having fun with it. I wasn't thinking about the business aspect or the money aspect. It was just fun, because that was the only thing that I have. I don't have friends. I don't have friends though. Yeah. So the only friends that I have was my work and what I can do. So as time goes on, people will see them and will be like, wow, hey, where's Cow? But I'm not much concerned about the money though. I'm much concerned about what I can do, how people get inspired or how people get happy when they see the work. So that was what was happening till, I think that was 2 years ago, when he was like, yo, what you're doing is enough. There's money in it, so okay, you will not go, but you will be here and I will then get your company for you. Then you can be within the company and do whatever you want to do. So as time goes on, if you feel like going, you can go.
Being an adopted grandchild of Apostle Kwejo Safo, Promise came to learn another difficult life lesson, that not everyone needs to be schooled formally to attain certain heights in their lives.
So what I'm talking about, I'm talking about Apostle Dr. Kwejo Safo. He was the one who adopted me into his family. And then he is the one who has been taking care of me since my childhood. And he's the more reason why I didn't attend or continue education there. Because he felt like what is within, it wouldn't go with what I'm going to learn at school. And probably I wanted to be a footballer, like I said, but going to school, I don't know if I were to continue schooling, I don't think I will be able to be doing what I wanted to do, because all my life I just feel like being myself. I'm the reserved type. I want to do things my own way. I don't want to do things the way regular thing. No, I just want to take my own path, face the challenges, and then create something out of it. That is me. So when he saw that in me, he took time and then grew me up. Do this, take this out, do this in life. That is what you have to do.
Does he consider his upbringing a challenging one? Promise thinks otherwise, because he says he has come to understand the uniqueness of the path he is taking.
He always said this, life is all about capital U. So he tells me, you came here, you came on this earth for a purpose. So you should find out your sole purpose and then know how to work around it. That is the reason why you came here. So when he told me that, okay, at first I wasn't getting it clear, because I was like, yo, we should have fun. But he was like, it's not about fun. We are not here because of fun. We are here to inspire other people. We are here to work on our sole purpose. That is why we're here. So what I always remember is he always say like, life is all about you, capital U, how you make it. So whatever you do should be you shouldn't do something that will affect the third party. Sorry. So it should always be like you have to be a stepping stone to inspire other people. So that is what keeps me going most of the time. But just that when you're taking this path, it takes you away from so many things. There are so many sacrifices that you have to do. You have to take away certain things so that you will be more focused on what you want to achieve in life. So he taught me a lot. Financially, everything, he is the responsible for me being who I am today.
It might appear Promise's story is one of being born with a golden spoon in his mouth, but he says he has also had a taste of poverty. He considers himself lucky because he had a good teacher.
Even if you have what it takes to inspire the world, if you don't have certain things, that certain ingredient that will speed you up or spice you up, you can still not make it. Especially if you don't have a good teacher, someone who can lead you in life. For me, I'm lucky. Even though I have not furthered my education that far, I had a good teacher, someone who knew the path, someone who was able to push me along the way. This place. Sometimes it got to a time sometimes apostle will just mislead you. Then you go and then you crash. When you come back, then he will tell you, good. Mistakes, it's good for you to make mistakes in life. It makes you harder in life.
Through his art, Promise dreams of solving some problems of this world.
I'm not a materialistic guy. That is what I was being tamed to. So I'm not moved by materials. I'm moved by what I can do. I want to be the reason why someone sees me and be like, wow, I can do it. Wow, hey, this guy was able to do it. Yeah, I want to be the reason why someone is being uplifted. So I'm not moved by trending things, material things. No, I want to solve problems. I want to solve people's problems. So I just look at the problem around and then I fixed it into what I want to do.
The young man as he is, Promise confesses that there was a point in his life where he felt a great aura of loneliness around himself.
It got to a time I was very lonely because Apostle wouldn't let you go out, no phone, no parties, nothing. It's all about work 24/7. So it got to the I don't have past mates like schoolmates, best friends, those kind of things. So it got to the I realized I was sinking. So the only place I can talk, and I don't like talking much, so I talk through my artworks. That is where I discover I can do things with my arms. So what I want to say, I'll just put it through my artworks. So some artworks talks about gratitude. For instance, it got to a time that I wanted to set up a business. That was a food business, and I picked people who were close to me, thinking if you have people who are close to you, things might grow up. Because I love teamwork. I want to achieve things with the people that are around me, people that I love. But I got to realize human beings, you can never predict human being. Humans, we are something else.
Promise believes that being an introvert, this has helped him to master the ability of being patient, a trait that has helped him perform better at his craft.
When they let me down, the grief and how I felt, I pointed into my art piece, that is gratitude. When way back when I felt like I was in poverty, when I couldn't explore, I couldn't bring out what I was meant to do, then I created the Escape from Purgatory. I printed that one into the art piece. Yeah. So when I got to understand nature, that there's life in everything, I created the other piece behind you. So that is what I used to do. Instead of me talking, voicing my feelings out, I implement it into my artwork so that it will inspire other people. Like, yeah, when it comes, hey, what piece, then I'll tell you the story or the message behind that kind of thing. So that is how most things happen to be. In everything, there are two sides. So in some way, it has affected my life in a bad way, a little, because since I'm kind of more reserved, when times come where I need to express myself, like I need to open up, because I believe in the kind of education I believe is what we having right now. At the end of the day, I learn something, you also learn something. So practically, if I'm able to open up, basically I'm going to learn something out of what we are going to share. But since I'm more reserved, I most of the time keep mute and not observe things. But the best part for me being in that state, I have the power to observe things and then get to know things very well.
The best lesson he has learned from studying under the great Apostle Safo is the one about being truthful.
Talking about Apostle, I've learned so much from him, because there's this thing it talks about when it comes to work. He will be like, "Oh, first job, so whatever you're doing, make sure you do it to your maximum point, because the first work is not for income." That is what for short, he will be like, let your work talk for you, don't do the talking. So whatever if you really want to do it, just work your ass off, try and then get to the very last bottom of it, so that your work can talk for you. So
what has been your most challenging thing in life? That was my next question to him.
Most challenging, there are a lot though. Ups and downs in life. I do meet challenges. Like, okay, let's say, you see, since I was being tamed from the outside world, even though I'm in Ghana, I always say here is not Ghana, because the kind of system here is different from outside there. So the most challenging thing is, one, I do feel like I'm behind time. I'm not able to cope with other beings outside. I'm talking about other people outside. As I almost speed you up, I'm a kind of a bit slow. That is one. And two, how to sell my things out, how to sell myself. I always want my work to talk for me, rather than me selling myself like, yo, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. And the third, the most challenging is, even though I'm living with money, it's hard for you to get the money. I don't know if you are getting me. Even though I know if I go to that, I want to do this, then I'm going to get it. You will not get it that simple compared to other people who might get it simple, because he wants you to pass through the hell to get, so that when you get it, you will know how to value what you have right now.
Regrets? Let's hear what he has to say.
I love what I do, and I love who I've become. The little regrets I would say I have is, even that one quite minor. It's I don't have friends. I don't have people that I can look up to and say, and these are my friends, these are the people that I hang up with. No. That is what I would say. Yeah, personally. But when publicly, maybe I would say, apart from say the system, it's natural, like it's normal. The system is not working effectively to support whatever you want to do.
On display in Promise's little studio are a number of art pieces with many depths, but he breaks them down for us. He also shows us what his perfect piece is.
Growing up, I got to understand life. Life isn't easy as it is. So when I came to understand life, I got to realize there are a lot, when you talk about life, there are a lot into it. Life wasn't programmed to be easy the way it should be. It's a puzzle that one needs to fix I'm talking about your soul script, the purpose. If you're able to fish out the purpose of you, the reason why you are on this earth. So most of my art pieces here are based on life philosophy and life itself. So talking about this, but most of them are not done completely, maybe 80 to 75%. So talking about this talks about hear evil, don't hear evil, speak no evil, view no evil. So that is this. This talks about our democracy, our system, talking about the country we live inside here. Democracy is let me say a little bit messed up, because I know democracy is a system that is not used to govern a country, because it's a freedom of justice or whatever it is. So everyone is entitled to do whatever it is, even if it's going to help or not help the country. But we have original born leaders who were drafted or brought to this earth to govern our country. So talking about other countries, they have people who are picked to govern a country, not the public. So this can ever talk about chieftaincy. They are originally born with it to be a leader. We are not picked like a mandatory system. But this one talks about democracy. This one talks about the brain, the key to life. Your whole being, everything depends on your mind. For you to be successful, for you to be poor, whatever it is, it's all based on your mind. So if you're able to master your mindset over your emotion, you can make it in life. This one talks about blacks. Blacks is beauty. Talking about acts, it's we blacks. The way we talk, the way our culture, our food, our dress, everything. So black is golden. This one talks about a philosophy in life, the struggle in life. You can see the hand is penetrating through the rocks. So in life, when you are determined, focused, and you have aim, you can penetrate through any struggle in life. So you can see the blood rectifying whatever it is. This one talks about our country, Ghana. I'm not done though. I'm not done. This one talks about it projects the number of resources we have in Ghana, and the second one here talks about the other way around. We have been all the resources, but still Ghana is still not having its original pay. This one too talks. This is my perfect piece. This talks about a broken portal. We have ups and downs in our life. Humans sometimes makes us shifts from our main core. So talking about a broken portal, we all have our inner God that talks to us, that directs us. We are God in our own image. When it comes to this earth, this planet, we are God. We are God. So when your portal is complete, that is where you are able to communicate with your inner God. But if it is broken due to the ups and downs in life, that is when you are not able to communicate with your inner God. So you do whatever will serve you right, not your rightful purpose. So this is a broken portal. So talking about this is I think the bigger of this section, and this one talks about blacks and its slavery. So you can see the hand depicting the white man and the black skin depicting we blacks, as here how the white has enslaved us by being enlightened with the truth of the originality of we the blacks. Okay. Sure. This one I was being inspired by a movie that I spied. That was Thor. So I was being inspired but the original concept was to be upside down. That is to project Okonfa-Notche knife, the one that he used to. He is a god, so that is the initial idea I did this. This one talks about the power of the tank. How powerful our tank is. How you should be very mindful of what you say, because that might work. It not might work, it will work. The powerful of the tank. So the gesture of the thing it projects when you are in the other side. That is when you are in the bad side. You should know of what you say, so that you know the effect of what it might bring. This one talks about social media, how people are living other fake life. So you can see the gesture inside, the person is in pains, but if we are able to turn the social media to educate ourselves, we're projecting the raw and unfiltered situation in our community to solve other problems and even to motivate other problems. That will be more better than we projecting the life of let me say a fake life. You can see people projecting money then stuff, which is making other people feel like I'm a catcher. So if we can be real to ourselves, okay, that one will help. So this one talks about the social media aspect. This one is my favorite piece that talks about the old gods. We have gods in our midst. So we are God who takes a form of humans, but within they are living gods. So like talking about Kwame Nkrumah, there are so many gods that came to Ghana. They have invaded Ghana. So this one talks about those pieces. So with the wooden the aspect, luckily we've worked with most people like TV3, TV Africa, TV3, that is Talented Kids, and then Ghana Mo is Beautiful. TV Africa, that was Amazing Child. We worked with Jima, we worked with Spotlight, most of them. We've worked with Ghana Rising Star. We've worked with most people that I can even count off here. So and then GhanaWeb Excellency Award as well too. So we've worked with so many people that I can't even count off. Yeah, sure. I have in the spring department we have the construction. Okay, so I have roughly 20 to 25 workers. Talking about my company, it's a segmental company, so that there are various segments within it. So with the arts section, that is my outlet piece, so I do them alone. But when it comes to the plaques, I have the spraying department that takes care of that one. So I have 2 spraying guys, and then with the plaques section, I have 5 workers. When it comes to the construction, which my big sis is heading, he's like an architectural drawing. So he and she and the workers, that is almost like 15 workers so far. Yeah. So the other department, that is the wooden, we do indoors decorations, then sofas, then stuff. So that aspect we have workers. So it's a segment where each segment has its own workers. Unlike this part that I do alone, the other part we have workers over there who do work there. Okay, so basically these art pieces are not for sale. The initial idea was to educate Ghanaians on the value of the art piece, because looking at the other countries, artworks do really sell, but here we don't patronize artworks. But when the white guys come here, they'll be like, wow, that is money. So okay, so I realized that it's the perception. They don't really understand the worth of the artwork. So okay, I'm going to use this to educate my fellow Ghanaians. So be like, oh, this is they should know the reason why we draft something like this. These are written knowledge that has been encrypted into the art piece that need to be decoded. So that is what for the arts aspect. Even though looking at our previous and the future, we're just praying that a time will come that our people will get the value or the perception, that perception of the low valueness of the art piece will vanish, and then they'll also embrace the importance or the worth of our art piece. Because blacks, we're talking about artworks, it's we blacks. We are the definition of blacks.
Young as he is, Promise believes the country can do better for the creative arts industry, and this is how.
We, the youngest artists in Ghana, wouldn't travel from here to other countries to go and then improve that country. But we want to be here to be able to improve our mother Ghana as well. So any positive person out there who would love to support the movement of the creative industry, they should really help, and then so that we can also project whatever we have inwardly to, so that the next generation who will come after us will also have a path to step on or pass through.
This story of Promise truly begs the question about the kind of concentration and attention we give to the creative arts industry. But we hope that you've been truly inspired, as we always do here on the Untold, here on GhanaWeb TV, with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Someone dear to you can be very traumatizing. It's an experience a lot of people have never recovered from. The pain, anger, sadness, shock, and fear comes to play all at once. A lot more die in grief and depression. But while there is no rule on how to mourn a partner, can a society worsen the situation? When is the right time to bounce back and find love again? On this episode of Moans and Cuddles, we take a look at losing a partner and finding love again. I am Paula Amabroni. My guests are ready. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So today's topic, I've got interest in it because at the age of 12, my father died, and it was a big blow to me. I watched my mom go through the grieving process, and then it wasn't easy. A lot more people have suffered same, but the thing has got to do with moving on after the death of the partner, because they say until death do us part. So a lot of people feel like, okay, you're moving on, it was too quick, you find love, sometimes it's hard to forget your partner. A whole lot of unanswered question when it comes to the death of a partner and moving on. So today, my guest and I are going to discuss how to go through the grieving process, how best society can help, and you as the victim, if I should say, when is the right time to know that, of course, I've healed, and when moving on to the next relationship, I'm not going to affect the innocent person who is just coming in to love me and be with me and support with me, or support me throughout the journey. So to me, seated on my couch today to do the discussion, I must say I'm honored to have counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Paulina.
You look like my father. There's a whole lot to Weybridge I don't really want to talk about. The reason more I like you and connect with you, you look like my father.
Then God is sending me to you. Or you have seen the quasar father of yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So pick a lot.
Thank you, Daddy, Uncle.
Right, whichever way.
Yeah. And I have here with me also Abba Sechiwa. Abba is the host of Urban Cross on Home-Based TV. Abba is my classmate way back in GIJ. I love her. She's one hard-working woman and doing a lot for herself. Abba, good to have you on my couch.
I'm super excited to be here.
You're glowing.
Oh God, by the mercies of God.
God has been good. All right. So today, as topic, as we discussed, I told you earlier, we're just looking at the ways how best you can move on after the death of a partner, because it's a whole lot. The pain, the grief, the anger. Sometimes you are just angry. It's been 15 years. I lost my dad. I could just imagine if it was a partner. And sometimes I get angry, like really. Father's Day, I cannot even stand it. It's a whole lot. A lot of people don't know how to handle grief and then the loss of a loved one or family. So Uncle Dumata, I want to find you out. Can someone ever fully recover from the death of a spouse?
Thank you so much, and greetings to your viewers. But prior to the details of your question, I want to make this analogy. If all of us know what we are in marrying, we will be able to understand what we are in. Because we don't know what we are marrying, that is why we are marrying. So anybody who gets into the marriage terrain is prepared to embrace all the unseens. And when the unseen become unseen, that is marriage. So the loss of a partner, nobody sort of will think and dream about it, but it will happen. If it does happen, Mom, you ought to move through to 3 stages. The first stage is availing yourself to accept it. That it has happened. There is nothing you can do. He or she is no more. Accept it. And it will take you a while. Accepting it is the hallmark of your renewal. If you deny it, you pretend and you fake your whole demeanor for the entire marriage or after the marriage. Then, when you accept it, you come to where you are now going to face the real you. So as you were talking, you never accepted the fact that Daddy is gone. But it is when you have settled to the point, then the real you will come. I call it the you in you. You should always seek for the you in you. That is where you hit yourself and say, hey, this is who I am. If you don't get to that level, you'll still be living in denial. Then from there, you can now move in developing the tomorrow of you. So it's a whole process. But when it comes with a shock. It comes with, I least expected this. It comes with, what next? It comes with, what is really going to happen? How am I going to even live my life? So you live in some kind of a wishy-washy sort of situation of your life. But you see, that is what makes you a human being. But again, when this thing happens and the God factor is not in you, you can become somebody else. So the God factor as God being the center of you, knowing that it is for a reason that Daddy or Mommy or whoever had left. You can fight it. You are asking this question because people are fighting with it. Why me? Why not them? Now that I'm about to enjoy my marriage, and then what is happening? When you start doing that, you'll be living in serious denial. It's a shock. Nobody sort of dreamed to have that. But it has happened. And I will say this, and I'll say it also here, that there is nothing that happens that there is no reason. There is always a reason for something to happen. Now, we being human beings, our role is to search for that reason. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you new. If it has not happened, you will see the ingenuity in you. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you innovative. You start. If Abba was here, I would have done it. Now Abba is not here. What do? You start become innovative and become creative, and you tend to come to a point of realize that, hey, after all, it's good. Oh, now I've understood. When you get to that stage, that is where you are living your life. But as to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice. Don't let anybody push you. You were saying earlier that, oh, somebody was just in there and almost 2-3 weeks, he has gone for another one. It might be that it was hanging. And so he was just waiting for
the right
a lead word and a bump.
Some people, some partners at their point of death, they're like, they make you promise that, see, no matter what, you're going to move on because they know they are gone. Some people will tell you that those who have the time, maybe it's as of sickness and all that. But about someone will say, I lost a husband, I lost a wife, it hasn't been a year, maybe it's been years, but we all say it's easier said than done. When you are faced with it, you know your God, you're a Christian, you know that there's life after death, but you've been hit with this reality. How would you go through the process? Counselor had said that, but from your point of view as a woman, how would you go through the process?
So first and foremost, I might say that I'm really excited to be here with Counselor.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in the reception and I saw him walking, I'm like, God, you have a way you do your things and you show off. And that's just what I was saying when I was sitting there, and I just took my eyes off. I'm like, I'm just praising God right where He is. So the truth is that the Bible says that all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to His purpose. So sometimes, like you were saying, I lost my biological dad 10 years ago. And after, I lost my stepdad. Now, after, you know, once you lose your dad, there's this dad that traditionally from the family, it'd be like, this is your father, so this person will take care of you. So after my dad died, a year after he died, so I had to ask a lot of questions. I'm like, God, why? Because growing up, I didn't get the opportunity to stay with my biological dad. So all this while, I'm like, okay, when I'm getting married one day, I'll let my stepdad know that I'm really appreciative of what he did for me. And now, bam, he's gone. What am I going to do? But it was the knowledge of God in me that saved me. And so if you watch my post on Instagram, on Facebook, every time I keep mentioning Jesus, because I got to a point in my life where I realized that at that point in time there was nothing anybody could say to me
that could heal.
It's at a point, it's like I'm speaking to you and you are trying to say things to calm me, but it is not working. I have been through too much for this thing to happen to me. So at that point, that is when as a Christian you learn to rest on God. You learn to rest that, like Uncle said, God has a reason why everything happens. Sometimes you don't know it immediately, but after some years, you sit and like, okay, so this happened. Not to say that you losing a partner or a relative is good. It has its own, you know, backlashes and all that. But it teaches you. I once told my friend that what experience will teach you, there is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone. And so if you watch even people who are divorcees, when they tell you something like, why are you saying this with so much passion? The person has gone through it. You understand? And so first and foremost, how to deal with it, have a good cry. Scripture says that, and Jesus wept. And there's a difference between weeping and crying. There's a difference. Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine. You can have a whole lot of things going on with you. Have a good cry. Cry till you know that, oh, I think now it's okay, and you know, you understand, because at that point there's nothing anybody can tell you. And as to you going for another partner there and then, Uncle said he leaves it to you, but I'm saying
we'll delve more into that. But recently, was last year in August, my childhood friend, she lost her father, and I called her. I told her, I know a lot of people have told you, you'll be fine, it takes time. But take it from me, you know I also lost my father. And I just put in 1 or 2 words, and I told her time will heal. For now, she should just mourn and let herself go and all that. Usually when someone is in that state, when you lose your husband or wife, it seems like everybody has got to say, and then when you mourn them in your own way, maybe at a time you don't even want to eat, you don't want to hear anything, you just want to be alone. Everybody thinks that they've got a say, that okay, this is how best you can do it, but you are not me, I am not you. How best can family, friends, and even the society at large help someone who is going through that difficult time?
Paulina, I would say, when it happens like that, almost everybody wants to show how close they are to you. Everybody wants to feel a certain vacuum that you cannot have. And so they are not more or less imposters, but they are trying to say that we are still with you, quote unquote. But that is why there is a hearing and listening. So who do you hear? Who do you listen? So you will hear all of them, but you should have those you will listen to.
Okay.
This is where you need to draw your line. And this one calls for real maturity and wisdom from God. Because if you are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them. You raise your voice. You do those things. But choose who you listen to and choose who you hear. The hearing, everybody will say it to soothing you. But which one do you listen? And that is where you pick your choices from.
All right.
If you don't do that, you will always become like, look at what she's doing. Look at what he's doing. We are empathizing with you, sympathizing with you, and look at the way you are behaving. They will ward you off.
So, Uncle, at that time, when someone is just don't know how to control their emotions, should you step back a bit? And how understanding can you be? Because some people don't understand, like, okay, you cannot do this alone, you want to help.
Contain. That is why you're doing the listening. All right? Sorry, the hearing. But contain it. You see, when it happens like that, you start warding people off. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Because they want to get closer to you to lift you up a bit. But you are giving a different interpretation to it.
All right.
And that is why they will say, are you too? All right? So they will also stay back. Then at the end of the day, you become a loner. The only person left. And that your grief compound itself. So contain. And make sure that, oh, they are doing this because they want me to feel they are there, they are around me.
All right.
So you need to be able to condition yourself. You will not hear too many good things. But as I said, sieve through the listening to the hearing proper. That will help you. But that the people around you will always show that we sort of empathize with you. Don't embrace those who sympathizes with you. When you are in grief, be careful.
Right.
Don't always receive sympathy, because much more sympathy deepens your grief. I'm telling you. But then when you empathize with them, it lifts you up. So you told your friend that you also lost your father. Oh, really? So is that how? And you have been able to oh, wait, then I can also. So you are trying to empathize yourself. Don't receive sympathy. When you do that, you break down.
All right. Well noted. Now, in the case where a woman loses her husband to sickness, maybe sometimes they just don't die. Maybe you go through a lot. You have to be with them, stick by. It's a whole lot. Now, from where I come from, as Sanakan, when your husband dies, you're supposed to mourn him, and you have to wear the black cloth for a whole long year. Yes. Now, people have come out to say, see, we are going through a lot. Adding the black clothes wearing every day, it doesn't help with situation. So Abba, are you in for the whole thing? Should we continue with the one whole year, or please we can live in our own way? I can wear my colorful clothes, go to work, because imagine me coming to work as a journalist all the time, and maybe God forbid it will happen, but let's say I lost my partner.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And coming to work in black, it doesn't help. It doesn't even uplift me. Imagine me sitting on this set all the time wearing black. It's like you caging the person. Do you think that it's about time we cut short the whole duration of mourning your husband for a year, and then the black cloth things that come with it?
Okay. So formally, I'll say yes. But I came to understand that it has to do with the individual. Because when I lost my dad, my stepdad, my mom was wearing this whole black stuff. In fact, when she got like 8 months, we were like, Ma, now there's been changes. 6 months is fine. And she's like, Debbie, Abba, oh Papa, no, yeah, they don't met waso. So it has to do with that particular person, the individual. Or maybe how you wear with the person will decipher as to whether you wear it for a long time or not. And also, if the person is young, or let's say I'm in a working environment and I'm always coming in black, it sort of raises an eyebrow. People who don't even know would want to know why, and so sometimes they'll be like, oh, I don't want to wear black and blah blah blah. But with the individual, probably I want to mourn my husband. People have, you know, diverse ways they do their things, and so they'll say, I want to mourn my husband. I want my husband to know. I don't know if by then, if you are dead, you would know or not. You know, we Africans, we have ways of doing things that are sometimes interesting. So my mom says, oh, I'm going to wear this black because your dad was good to me, blah 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 blah. But I think after 6 months it's fine, because at a point, and after my mom wore the black stuff for I think a year, all the stuff you wore during that period, you have to dash it out, because it's I think it has a way of telling you you are done with the person, you've parted ways with the person, blah blah blah. And if you ask me, I'll say I really don't get the link. Like, what's the link between wearing black and showing the person you really love the person? But my mom will say there's someone, I also know of one other young lady who wore it for like 6 months, not because she didn't like her husband, but at a point, like you were saying, she would have to go to work and change her clothes, and sometimes she was tired of it, and so she went to church and then she performed all the necessary rites.
Well, by the way, when my dad too passed, my sister mourned him by wearing black clothes for a whole year. That's for her dad, not her husband. Yeah.
That's your sister.
So a lot happened. As you said, it depends on how you relate with the person. Right. The conversation is getting very interesting, but as we said, we are looking at ways we can help people who are going through the grieving process, and how best society, friends and family can help such a person. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Moans and Cuddles continues. Welcome back. This is Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. Now, Paula,
I don't want to cut you. I just want to add something to what you asked.
Yeah, before we went on the break.
You see, it's about honoring, and it depends on the relationship you were having before the death.
Okay.
If it was a deep, connected, cleaving sort of moment that the two of you cannot separate yourself, you speak the same language, it's a bit difficult. Because the person still hangs around. The spirit of person hangs around, and it takes a while. Because it's still hanging to see, have I left properly for you? Is everything all right? Still watching. That is why you do that black thing, for the person to realize that I am in mourning. So as to the duration, as he said, it depends on the person in question. But the issue here is that it is honoring and making sure that you are no more with me. That's why you do it for that period. But again, if today technology is coming in and you guys are working and all of that, yes, you still need to do.
Imagine a husband or a wife who was very abusive and who didn't treat you well. Absolutely nothing. And then that
is what I'm coming there. You see, when the relationship is so solid, that's fine. But where it was, you know, that question mark thing,
I mean,
that's
exactly what they say.
I think scripture, Genesis chapter 38, there was a man in there who was with a woman, his wife. And he didn't, for want of a better word, meet with, in the scripture they use the word meet with his wife properly. And so anytime they meet, he doesn't put the right liquid in the right. So at a point, the Bible says that, and God killed him. If you are in a relationship with your wife, or you both are married, and then, mind you, the Bible says that once you marry, you guys become one. And so if you marry and then you decide, oh, I'm married but I'm still single, I'm going to do things that pleases only me, remember there's a third person in there. It's not just, for we Christians, it's not just two people that marry. It has to do with the third person up there. He really decides what goes in there. So if you are doing something and then it happens that, oh, you've been doing this and then God kills you, what?
Yes, it's true. You see, even at that sort of situation, the relationship being sour, everybody will see.
Yeah.
Everybody will see that you are pretending you are being hypocritical, you are hiding, everybody will see.
Yeah.
Because your real relationship was not real. So you are even rejoicing internally to yourself. So instead of you to go through the 8 months or 6 months, we're open about
3 months. 2 months.
All these things count, and people watch. And let me tell you, when you are grieving or you are mourning, the eyes that look or watches you have a lot of meaning. So don't think nobody's watching. Even the small boy, the small girl.
Watching.
Mommy, you're not crying. Mommy, you are eating.
Yeah.
Why are they asking those questions?
My mom didn't take meat for, I think, months.
Maria.
But there's some people too in their grieving process, they just want to eat, like they want to eat. So it's
but you hide it, not in the eyes of the public. Not in the eyes of the public.
Of course,
right.
Of course. But then earlier I said that
yes.
my friend lost her father in August, and I was telling her that, oh, Amma, time will heal.
Yes.
For the moment.
Yes.
But the big question is, does time really heal?
It does.
It does.
It does, and it takes you. It does. It takes you. And it was just a profound thing you said to your friend. You didn't even know the meaning of what you're saying, but that was the best sort of advice anybody could give to her.
It's because you've been there.
Fantastic. You spoke from your inner core. Time. What is time? That thing that tickles, or when there is a new day, it is the period you have. So ask yourself. You can end up your time just right now if you decide. So the time will heal is the decision and the choices you make from now that the thing had happened. That is what it means.
All right.
So if you want to live longer, it's actually about your decision. So the time you set is not the one that tickles every second, every minute. No, but it is about how you hold on to make sure that, oh, if he couldn't do this, then I will complete it. So you need to make that decision to prolong the time. So it does.
Abba,
profound statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So with the whole having to encourage friends, loved ones who are going through the grieving process, with me, it wasn't my father's instance, but then I lost someone very dear to me, and I was crying, and I just didn't know how to go about it. And then someone was telling me that, and it's encouragement.
That's an encouragement.
But then, how the person put it, it was just of course, maybe someone lost a child and you are trying to tell her that, and you can talk about the life after death whole thing. But when is the right time to say what? Because you might be giving me encouragement that, you know, as we say, God give it and He take it. But then at the time that you are saying that, maybe that is not what I want to hear right now. I know God gives and God takes. How can you be measured?
Okay, so the truth of the matter is that sometimes you hear someone speaking, be like, this person speaks so well, like uncle. I as a Christian, I will interpret it as it is the spirit of wisdom.
That's right.
There is nothing that you do that, for me, once I accepted Jesus, I know that the power of the highest came and stayed in me, and so I am lives in me. So if I'm about to speak to you regarding a certain issue, I trust the Spirit of God in me to say the right thing.
Exactly.
Do you understand? I can't just go and then I start saying certain things, and then at the end of the day I even spoil the whole thing, because I trust that the God in me. That's how come the truth is, there is nothing I can say that will make you feel well, unless of course it is given
a message to deliver to that person.
Do you understand? And sometimes it's like you winning a soul. You will try and talk to the person, and the person will not accept Jesus. But the day you were not prepared, you even said one or two things, the person starts to cry, I want to accept you. I'm like, wait, what did I say to you?
It's not you.
It is the spirit that convicts a man. So if you have somebody who is going through a lot and you really genuinely want to help the person, I think sometimes you just stay somewhere, if it's even for 5 minutes, say, God, tell me what to tell this person. You might not say everything, but you might say something that might touch the person's heart. You, for one, what you told your friend that time heals. Do you know, maybe it will help her for a while, but after some years, I always say that time is a silent prophet. After some years, it's like, this thing that Paula told me, that was what made me hold on. That was what kept me. So it is not about how prepared I can go and read books and say, okay, I'll read. No. But it is the spirit in the man that speaks to a man.
Again, let me add this to it. You see, the state in which you find yourself with losing your partner, you need to determine the state. Almost everybody will throw words at you. But how do you stop fighting people? But you should be able to see it the way you want to see it, hear it the way you want to hear it. But if you want to critique what is coming, you fight. So it is you.
As you're saying, you have to like listening and then. Oh, how did
you listen. There's a hearing and then the listening aspect of it. So you need to weigh the two. But I always say you are the pivot.
Right.
Don't let them throw things at you and receive them. Block them.
Find strength in you.
Fantastic. And then see how well you can give a good interpretation to yourself.
So I've seen a man mourn his wife and then it's terrible. He doesn't know what to do. It's like he's totally broken. The kids, how is he going to figure things out? And then there comes the bemensu. Na pick yourself and all of that. In our part of the world, people they just take things for granted. Like, you don't know how he's going to. Forget about his gender, whether he's a man or you see the person as a strong woman. So I want to ask, at that moment, do you request or would you suggest that the person sees a psychiatrist or a psychologist? Or because it's when you hit depression and all that, sometimes it's not all about the words or people who are going to stay with you and all that. So for someone who's watching us and he or she has done everything in their mind, pray about it, take time to grieve, mourn, you just name it, and it's still not working. Should you see a psychologist? Should you see a counselor or get help?
Okay, all these are good, but I tell you for a fact that if you should identify who you are, it's a different ball game altogether. You might be mourning, you might be going through a lot of stuff, but there comes a time you pause for a minute. And then ask yourself, who am I? What is my purpose? What can I do? How can I overcome this? Because all the people you've mentioned, like Uncle Dumata will always say, fantastic, they are great people. You know, they will help you one way or the other. But it takes two to tango. If Uncle Dumata, he's a coach, and he's like, today we have him here and he's talking to us. It's the honest lies on you as to whether you accept it or not. It is still you. If you should go to a president, go to a man of God, it is still you. Just sit for a moment and then assess yourself. What do I have in me? Like, really, how can I go about this thing? What can I do about this thing? That's for me is the first step. Really, you have to really know who you are. What can you do? Sometimes, like Uncle Edumata rightly said, you have to know the you in you.
Exactly.
You have to know you. And everybody has you.
Exactly.
Like, you have something in you that nobody knows.
Exactly.
You know, growing up, myself and my brothers, I have 9 brothers. I'm the only lady.
Wow.
And and all my brothers, you ask them, this person wants to be a doctor. This person wants to... My mama asked me, as young as I was, I said, Mommy, I want to talk.
Wow.
Just like that. No, but that's what be a kasa. And growing up, I realized that everyone will talk, but when I talk, I realize I have spoken. And it comes from you. And all these things, I can't share some sensitive things here, but there are things that hits you so hard that makes you know who you are. And that's how come sometimes when you are broken-hearted, you realize I do a lot of things within that time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have gone through that cycle before. You do a lot of things during that time. So in your brokenness stage, sit back and find out who you are.
Great question. Let me add this to it.
All right.
You see, never let shock zap you. Don't get drunk when the unexpected hit you. No! I take you to the Bible, 2 Kings. The woman caught in the Shunammite lady, looking for a baby. All these while met Prophet Elisha, and indeed he was able to have conceived and had a baby. And years later the baby dies. Now you meet the same prophet and he's asking you, how are you, as boy? Look at the statement. It is well. Don't let the shock surmount you. Don't let the shock end you, but build what I call the toughness in you. Now you are building the toughness in you because it has happened, but then you still have tomorrow to live.
Right.
Tomorrow will come. What has happened today was at yesterday.
Right.
All right? Yesterday was that day. But tomorrow always comes. So if tomorrow is going to come, then what do? I pause, I analyze, I assimilate, get my grounds well, then I pivot. I use the guy who is the high jumper. The high jumper cannot split if where they step last to move is not solid. So it's always about how well can you fly. It depends on where you're going to stand and pivot yourself.
Right.
So don't let these shocks eat you. It is when it eats you and you cannot actually handle it. That's why you want to see psychologists, and then you realize that even the you in you is dead.
Like
so that is where it starts from. You know, you not engineering the real being of yours.
But Counselor, you advise that when you've tried everything possible and it's not helping, or you should get help by speaking.
Get help, but the help should come from somebody who is godly sent. It's not anybody. Because people use your vulnerability to usurp you and mess you up and put you into something else.
Exactly.
Before you
realize.
So you need to have a God-sent person to speak to you. And you should also prepare your mind that you will listen to what the person says.
So based on the submissions you made, it all boils down to you, the individual, the person who's going through the grief. Now we're all looking at ways where we could not forget them, but when we are hit with that reality, how to, go through that process. Now someone who says in the house, the things that he used, the pictures, everywhere, wherever I pass, I see it. It's always there in my face. At that moment when you are trying to heal and, put yourself or bring yourself, bounce back, that is the word, bounce back, should you do away with the little things that reminds you, like maybe that picture that is hanging there, they say, maybe should you do away with it for some time, and then later on when you think that you're back, or you're on your foot? Because with me, when I lost a friend very close to me, I found myself going back to read our chat, and then that was like, I was really broken with that. But then I always felt like, okay, I want to keep him up in my mind, but that didn't help. Listen to the song that we used to listen to and all that, it didn't help. So the advice to someone who is going through, should you do away with all the thing, or you might say you are being insensitive because they once lived, why are you trying to clear them?
Once again, it has to do with you. Because for me, I have my dad's pictures everywhere. Because seeing that picture reminds me of something I overcame. And so I will keep it. It's different from you going back to the chats. It's like you going back to certain things that will make you feel some way emotionally. But for me, if I'm to see that, that is like, hey, you can do it one more time.
That is after you've gone through, the time has healed though. Now I look at it and I laugh like, but then,
okay. Because I still keep them. Because you see, there was a time I went through something that was some way. Now I looked at that paper during that same time, that picture, and I'm like, if my dad is a lion, if my dad is an elephant, then a baby elephant doesn't need a prophecy to tell me I'll be big. That is him there. So it has to do with you. And if you say, I'm going through a whole lot of stuff right now, like Uncle said, and so you are pushing everything away, pushing everybody, pushing his pictures, throwing them away. So after you've healed, will you still go back for them? Like, if really will you go back for them? Because I remember we couldn't sleep in my dad and my mom's room because we were like, no, and my grandma was like, no, you have to be there. If not, a dynamo be drew. So it's either you face it, like it's not anything you don't face, you go back and you still have to face it. So you have to face it now, or you face it again.
The conversation is getting interesting, but I have to face my breaks. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Moans and Cuddles continues. Welcome back. This is Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. So we are discussing healing or moving on after the death of a partner, and I've been doing this with counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata and Abba Sichua. So Uncle, you said you were going to ask something.
Yes,
too.
you asked a question whether you should do away with all the images and all that. Yes, you can. You can decide not to. But what is of important is look for the good in that person. That's when I say it in Tree. Don't always record the bad deeds, but the picture should recall you of the good deeds. Right. Just like you said, the elephant. If my father is an elephant, then the elephant baby should be able to. So look for the positives. So the pictures can be there, but look for what was good in that person.
Great.
That with all this goodness you couldn't achieve that, I will continue for you. So it challenges you. It shouldn't let you break down.
Right.
Yeah.
So among Moans and Cuddles, we always look for ways to help, because people are watching, they've got life issues that they think that they've tried all their best, but sometimes it's good to hear advice from experts and people who have gone through the process. So now we've spoken about how to heal, how best friends and family can help. We've said when all is said and done. Now, when is the right time to find love again? Because the Bible said, until death do us pass, I fulfilled the part of my vow. You are gone and all that. When is the right time to heal and find love again?
Settle. And I take you to the Bible. Ruth. Naomi's sons went to war and they died. 2 ladies came to the house to marry, Orpah and Ruth. Orpah left because Naomi said, the man you want to marry is no more here. She left. One tiasia. But Ruth said, no, you can't dare me. I am staying. Now watch. It is when you get to the point of healing, when you have gone through all the 3 stages I made mention of, accepting the fact, getting to know that this thing is really happening to you, and you haven't decided to move on, that is where you can decide. It got to a point, Ruth married Boaz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes, as you just said, time will tell. When it comes, get yourself ready. And don't replay the previous. Play forward and the future.
All right.
It should be about yourself. Are you ready? Don't let people push you. Don't let anybody walk you through. No, you yourself. Sure.
To that man or woman who's found love again 4 months after the death of their partner, everybody's thinking, hey, now say how you na when you're for free. What would your advice be to people who always have a thing to say in people's life? Or do you think that is so fast, you moved on too quick?
2 things. You see, people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I have problems with them. And also I have a problem with the one who moved on after 4 months. Because at the end of the day, it is you, the one you are moving on with. At the end of the day, you will get to a point where that person, or probably you start to compare that person with, and the point is you have not healed. You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on. And the fact that you're a man doesn't exempt you from, pain and all that. I always say that men are way more emotional than women, and people are like, it's not true. It is so true. Until you find that person who makes you really know that, this thing is really true. Guys are really emotional. You see, the thing about guys is they keep it. They don't tell you about it until they have a certain relationship with you. They really don't tell. But it's we ladies that we are very vocal about things. And but a guy is not going to tell you anything. He's just going to make you feel he's got it. So I'm moving on. I'm setting the pace so that every other one that comes after me will know that you have to. No. But in life there are steps. You have to take it slow. You have to relax. You have to make sure you as a person has healed before you join with the other. If not, you are going to worry someone else.
Does the healing take years or months? If years, how many years do you think is healing?
It has to do with you.
Because someone who lost a wife told me he's remarried, right? And he's telling me that it never goes. Once in a while, their thought comes in, and then you don't know how to go about it. It will never go.
It never goes true. but you get to a point where you can handle it.
You can love someone else, find love in someone else.
You really get to a point where, at a point, like Uncle Dumata said, you have actually matured over that situation, and so you can move on. Until that, you are worrying yourself and you are wasting a lot of time. Now, with regards to people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I think Uncle Dumata has to say something if I say that, because I think I need to take a drink. Because that thing, I don't get it. Because you don't know why the person is doing what the person is doing. You don't know why the person is going through what he or she is going through. And then you just conclude, how? Why would you do that? Because assuming I have lost a partner and I have a lot of things, well, let me tell you one funny thing. My mom, after losing my dad, my mom has a pub, she has a bar. And she, after losing my dad, I think 6 months or 4 months, she played, after the whole funeral, she played live band at her bar. And then the next morning, I heard my mom crying. So I went to her room and asked her, Mama, then I was to go say. And she's like, people are saying after her husband died, she's doing this, she's doing that. But at that time, my younger brother had to go to school. He was now going to, I think, one had completed SHS, going to the uni, and one was going to SS. What was she supposed to do? That is the work she was doing. So how was she supposed to take it all? She had to just pause, and then that year, nothing should go on. You see, some of the things people say to people, you really have no idea what it does to them. So do not say it. Just don't say things about, especially if you don't know anything about it. Unless, of course, you're a relative and you really, like Uncle Dumata said, you want to empathize with the person, want to, you know, speak to the person or advise to the person. Don't say things you do not know.
I leave it there. Pauline, emotions kills. It swallows you. It distorts you. It's call for darkness in your life, emotions. But reality is a light. So when all these things are happening, don't play emotional card in here. Because the moment you play the emotional card, you feel, no, you're not ready yet. No, I want to. No. Face reality. I told you earlier that it happened for a reason, it happened for a purpose, it happened for a cause. You are the one to choose these three causes. If you're not able to pick them right, you'll be wrong forever. Nobody wished for the one I love to leave me. But it has happened, right? What were we talking about prior the going? We'll build mansion, we'll do the... Can you still do it when one is not there? That is your challenge.
Go to school like you planned.
Fantastic. That is the reality. But when you sit with emotion clouding you, you'll be late. You'll be back and nobody will be there to sort of be with you. You are late because you have allowed emotions to cloud you. Face reality. Obi adia to ne and no nim say unifa. Na dey na to we no, na some adia to ni be up to you. That is a wisdom in there. It has happened. I've seen it. I am making it. Next time I know what to do. So don't let emotions cloud you.
All right.
When these things happens to you, but face reality.
So most instance, because when my dad died, I was young then, but as young as 12 years, I didn't like the idea of my mother even having to another man to make up my mom. Jealous. Or even have to
jealousy.
Call someone my stepdad. Now I'm much older. I've been open to certain things, so I think I'm not going to be a hindrance to my mother's happiness. But a lot of kids hate the whole stepmother stepfather idea, and even when their parents remarry, they find a way to frustrate that new person. Now, what are some of the reasons that cause people to remarry? Because someone will say, you know, the kids are so young. A man will say the kids are so young, you know, friends will come, family will come, but I need someone, a woman in my life to take care of my kids. A woman too will say, see, I need that manly figure. I can't be all alone. I'm too young and all that. What are some of the reasons why people do? Let me say this before Abba comes. Okay. We are all growing, right? Yeah. But I will speak from a grown-up, what a grown-up told me. Says Kweku, but we hear Obia Wunjao. That's the word the man told me, and I cried. All right, this is a great man, but 70
60, 70, 80, you need a companion. It is not when we marry that we need a companion. It is in our old age.
Come to think of it.
It is, look, we have to now, you see, we are all growing. But let me tell you, even when you are alone sleeping and there's nobody in the room, you see how you feel? And you're growing, you need somebody to say, at the same yes,
the kids will go, they'll marry you.
Fantastic. So that aspect will call for you looking for a companion. You need it. And for the children around, yes, they will be jealous. We used to have daddy, we used to have mommy, where from this woman, where from this man. It's normal. But when they also growing to a point, they will ask you, Mama, what you? Daddy, what about? You see, so you don't push them by way of you saying that this is what I want, so you should listen to me. But let them rather throw in the towel and embrace that option appropriately. But I always say, real marriage is when you are old. That is why we are dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now. So don't tell me when you marry today, you have found a companion. I don't believe that. Grow me in it, and then let's see. Yes. Yes, you need that. And let me tell you, every great man that is old, about to die, needs a woman. So it goes with a woman. Needs a man.
Great. Now, I always wondered, for someone who's lost a partner, maybe you are young, maybe you're mid-40s or 50s, you lost your husband or wife. Now, the issue of sex, no. How are you going to get it? Because, see, sometimes people are young. A woman who loses her husband, she's young and all that. Is that some of the reason why we'll push you to, you know, at least fine? Because some people are Christian, they don't want to use the back door. Legally bounded. You're allowed to do it. Okay. With that, because maybe I always feel like, hey, so all the while, no, the partner died. How are you living? How is life? You are grieving and that's you.
Outside thought. This is outside thought.
I'm not married, but I like to speak to people who are much older than me, and so I get a lot of counsel from them. Now, what's my grandmom? No, wasn't my biological grandmom, but one of my grandmothers, like I said something to my younger brother. My younger brother was misbehaving with a certain lady, and he said, "Sisia de na uni worry. Now maybe as you married, you were not good to your wife. Now wow kokra brim. Now you see own fewer." We laughed about it, but it is really a serious statement, because after all, like I don't want to go with the sex thing, but actually, how many minutes? Hey, Abba. No, I haven't. You don't know. No, you see, please. For you to be maybe enjoying. No, maybe you are enjoying. See, let's not. Some people feel like maybe when you need to baby at the sex they can't find home. But wait, do you know the reason I'm saying that? There are a whole lot of people who have married people and they looked at the physique, and then they get married, get the physique, and they get tired of the physique. It is really not about the physique. Really, it is not about the physique. It is even not about. You see, at a point in time, there's something called companionship. Like, you need someone to talk to, someone to share ideas with. And sometimes it even goes like a very simple decision. If you have a trusted person, someone you are with who is really trusted, that is when you know the essence of some of these things. Unless you get someone who is really trusted and someone who is really matured in that regard, you think, oh, after all, what is this thing? And I get that you are 40 and you really want to do this thing. Oh, Charlie. It might be somebody's reason. No, listen, it is not bad. It might be somebody's reason. Because when you lose your husband or wife when you are very young, they're like, see, be too much. Because if you're not, you start living recklessly. You need to have somebody. You need somebody.
Can I say
that? Let's take a breather.
You see, sex is a mind. Sex is a decision. Sex is not act. It's not the act. Tell you, it's the act you want. But what is the decision? It must start from somewhere. So if my mind is not there, if I'm not ready, if I'm not in the right frame of mind and the state, it won't happen.
Oh, yeah, come to think of it.
It won't happen. And so I am young and my man is gone, my lady is gone. Mistakes in the same. Emma. Who couldn't pay that? Who for? All right. So we should actually always draw a line between the act. The act there, that's not fun. But if it's a decision you yearn for.
All right. All right, Councillor. But show the moment you play mystery boss, you ban, you be a better So it's just various questions. We'll pick it back.
Just closer to your face.
Hey, sorry. Okay, so.
What's it?
Okay, so this goes like this. What would you do if your wife or partner cheats? Like finding out that your partner has broken the vow.
I'll be silent.
You'll be silent?
I won't talk.
Hey, silent treatment.
I won't talk. I'll be silent. But if he or she realizes that I have sinned, then let me see how remorseful you are. Come back to me.
Silent treatment.
And then I will ask you 3 questions. Why you weren't doing that? Who did you do it? Comparing that person with me, who is of importance? And why do you want to come back to me?
That's 4. It makes 4.
If you can give me this, then I'll see how remorseful you are. I'll take it back. My silence. You don't fight it. And you see, how can you go back for it? You don't need to. Prove to me. If you want me back, let me see. Silent is one of the tools in marriage. You win the day as if nothing has happened. No, it won't even come. That's my answer.
I've added that to my list.
And that's a practical thing I'm talking about.
All right.
Yedi.
And then the girl, watch your boy. Yedi.
Now, I've text message. Now they are watching social media. What?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have any reverence.
Oh, great.
You've lost your importance. Your image is gone.
Abba, how dear me Ubenya. That's what dear. Fana shady honest answers. Thank you very much. About dear new. How?
Say?
So when you pick an empty sheet, you get to ask me any question.
You know what? I have been a Jesus girl all my life. Everywhere I go, Jesus keeps helping me.
It has to be just.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah. They said she need Mudia. That's the.
No, she should pick a new.
Oh no, that's the rule.
Today I'm changing the rule.
See,
pick a
new. Those come here, Obia and Fawe. Let me say,
really?
If you got any question, yeah.
Then you are genuine.
Let's hear your question for me.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know this was going to be tough as well. Okay. I was about to ask that same question, but the thing is, the answer should be different from Uncle Matters one. Yeah. So what would you do if it were to be you?
If my partner cheats on me.
And you saw it.
And you saw it. Hey, it's a different thing.
If it was
different and you seeing it.
Until a few minutes ago, no. Now I'm coming silent. But you're too me funty. Me copy so dear. Hey, me na am sir. Oh sir. I
doubt you even have the guts to talk.
The shock.
I mean kasa.
Be a pronoun. Oh, so sorry.
You just make sure they saw you.
And don't leave the home. Be at the sitting room.
Hey,
get yourself busy.
But you know, you the guy or you the lady who cheated, you'll be really scared of. If this is the person cooking for you daily, and the person does not say anything, the person has caught you.
Jeez. That is why you have to zero yourself from the hero to zero. Calm down.
Okay.
And let's talk.
Say there until but maybe I'll tell you that I will not overreact. I'll try my best not to overreact, and then because I'm very forgiving. That's one thing I've told myself. Going to marriage, anything can happen, but then I have to learn how to be forgiving. But before we end today's conversation, I just want to take advice from you. People who sometimes go through relapse, you are healed and all that, but from time to time, even when you've moved on and all that, I don't know how best the new partner will respect that. Fine, that person who was once gone, you love that person dearly, so they will give you that space to mourn and all that. Finally, advice to people who have gone through that and those who have also found love, how best you can handle the new relationship.
Well, what I'll say is that don't overdo to the detriment of the other party. All right, you have lost it. I'm now in your life. Give me the leverage. We all have past. Stop upholding your past. Let's talk about what we hold now and where we are heading towards. That leverage will give us a sense of purpose and we will live well. And if you have found yourself a new one with the passing one, please make sure the ills you did with the passing one, you don't repeat it in the present one. It's a real check. And again, remember, the one who had come now, what is the reason? What is the purpose? If you can't find tomorrow in it, then I'm sorry you've lost it. You should be able to see the tomorrow aspect of it. It's a bit sad though, but enyesi. Toko onim.
Thank you very much, Uncle Dumata. How about final
So these
words?
are my final words as well. I must say this discussion has been a learning curve for me. I have learnt a lot from everybody, especially Uncle Dumata.
Oh, thank you so much.
I bless the heavens.
It is the Lord. It is the Lord. It is the Lord. You are Jesus' daughter.
So I would say that, like Uncle Dumata said, if you found somebody and probably you didn't try to get healed and then you moved in a rush, that's fine. The fact that you've accepted that one, I didn't heal before going in there, is a beginning of a solution. And so now that you've realized that, work on yourself. And also do not work on yourself alone, because now you're not alone. You are with the person. So engage the other person. Let the person know that this is where my difficulties are. This and this is the reason why I can't do this. So I need you to do this together with me. And at the end of the day, you guys come to, you know, a beautiful conclusion. But if you do it alone, at the end of the day, it means you are still sidelining the other person. Don't forget, there's another person in the picture. So you'd have to do it with the person so that it will all go smooth sailing. That's it for me. And also engage God. Engage God.
Why?
Patrick.
I feel now be worry.
Patrick.
Why? Then audience, I'm telling you, I'm not concluded the show. These two ladies have something unique. Go look for it.
Thank you. Thank you. And coming from you, oh my God, my status. Just look at my status, guys. Like, I'm coming for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And I want you to put out your social media handles so we can reach you out for someone who's listening to you or anything.
Okay, so on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I'm Sechiwa Anta everywhere. Sechiwa Anta.
Well, Facebook, Uncle Kwekwe matter just about that. I am not too glued to that, but I'm starting picking. It's not small. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Abba Sechiwa. She's the host of Urban Course on Home-Based TV, and counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, dear.
Amanda, you've got no ideas.
That's
you know, everybody
thing.
gets stung when they meet someone they always look up to. I've seen him on shows and all that, and for me to have him on my show, I made it.
Tell me about it.
It is God's doing.
It is God's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have sat or moderated this discussion, and I always say that we're always looking for ways to help us, whether in your relationship and when that person is no longer there. But one thing I always say, don't be too hard on yourself when you're going through the grieving process. See, hope and believe that the time will come when you laugh, because sorrow may last. It will last. It's a part of us. One day you will all equally die, and your family and your friends will miss you and all that. But don't be too hard on yourself. That's what I say. And just keep up the faith. Be prayerful. Do things that make you happy. And find love in the eyes of your children and the family and people who are truly there to help you through that process. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Moans and Cuddles. Thanks for watching.